Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Santa Clara City Hall. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Assistant City Clerk, do we have a confirmation of a quorum?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming quorum.
All right, thank you. I know we have limited time this evening, and we're stopping the study session at 10 minutes to 7, so we can transform this council chamber into a council meeting at 7 o'clock. So tonight, for our study session, we'll be on the 2025-2030 Community Plan to End Homelessness and updates on local work efforts. Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy City Manager Christine Jung, along with a few other city staff and representatives from the Santa Clara County's Continuum of Care, will present the study session on the 2025 through 2030 Community Plan to End Homelessness and update on local efforts.
Thank you. Welcome, Christine. I did, go ahead, I turned it on. It's working, it should be.
All right, so we'll just go over the agenda. So first I'll do introductions of the city team as well as the county's Continuum of Care who will be presenting this item. I'll do a quick recap on the July 2025 study session, as well as provide updates on local work efforts, and then turn it over to the county's Continuum of Care to present their community plan to end homelessness, and then turn it to Adam Marcus to cover a discussion of how the countywide plan and the city plan aligns, and then end with city council questions and discussion. So I want to provide a quick introduction of staff who are supporting this study session item. On the city side, we have Adam Marcus, who is the Housing Community Services Manager, and Greg Pensinger, our management analyst, who is managing the day-to-day work related to homelessness. Greg started with the city 2 months ago and has hit the ground running. As you know, homelessness is a complex issue that touches many city departments, and we have other city staff in the audience, including Afsha Hamid, Community Development Director, Patty Wong, City Librarian, Captain Nick Richards, and Captain Michael Crescini from PD. And here with us today from the county's Continuum of Care, we have KJ Kamensky, Director of Santa Clara County's Office of Supportive Housing, and Ray Bramson, COO of Destination Home. In July 2025, the City and County's Office of Supportive Housing held a homelessness study session that covered a number of topics. We covered the changing landscape of homelessness. The county provided an overview of the supportive housing system. City staff shared information about our city programs and resources, as well as presented on our draft local plan and key work items. City Council provided feedback and questions, which staff has provided responses for, and those responses are included as an attachment in the agenda report. Over the last few years, staff across different departments have been working to reduce homelessness and its impacts through housing solutions, homelessness prevention, and crisis response. When we think about root causes and solutions, increasing housing is the single most important response to homelessness. There are different types of housing that serve a variety of subpopulations, such as affordable housing production, affordable housing preservation, rapid rehousing, and tenant-based rental assistance, emergency shelter, interim housing, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing. The bolded bullet points that you see on the screen highlight the types of housing that Santa Clara already has or is in the process of working on. In addition to housing, the city focuses on preventing homelessness through various services and resources which are available through the city and its partners, including tenant-based rental assistance through Abode, homelessness prevention system through Destination Home and various agencies, landlord and tenant mediation through Project Sentinel, domestic violence support survivor support through Next Door Solutions and the 211 hotline through United Way. This slide includes a snapshot of relevant data related to homelessness prevention at the city level. The city contributes $50,000 annually to the county's HPS, which directly benefits at-risk Santa Clara residents and contributes to the supports that they receive through the prevention system. These funds have contributed to support that over 1,500 Santa Clara residents have received over the past 5 years. I also want to highlight that Bill Wilson Center is now Santa Clara's designated HPS service provider, so we look forward to working with them in close partnership. The city also provides tenant-based rental assistance through Abode, which helps households to cover housing costs for a limited period, typically up to 2 years, while they work towards stable housing and self-sufficiency. The table at the bottom of the slide provides a quick snapshot of how many households have been serviced through this program in the last 5 years. Lastly, the city also focuses on providing crisis response through case management, mobile hygiene and laundry service, Santa Clara's Police Department's Community Response Team and Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, mental health coordination services through Care Solace, and encampment cleanups and towing. The next 2 slides cover some crisis response data. Through Care Solace, the city offers mental health coordination services free of charge to all residents and employees. The service is funded by opioid settlement funds in Santa Clara PD's budget to address needs of vulnerable populations who are disproportionately impacted by substance use disorder and divert people with this disorder from the justice system into treatment. The program has received approximately 11,000 service requests in the last year since launching. Santa Clara PD's community response team also has a mental health clinician who provides on-scene crisis intervention, who supports de-escalation efforts and facilitates direct connections to behavioral health and substance use disorder treatment services. Since they've onboarded in 2023, mental health-related calls for service have declined approximately 18% from the 22 baseline. To reduce the impacts of unsheltered homelessness throughout the community, the city also coordinates encampment cleanups and towing. This fiscal year, the city has completed 16 cleanups and have 3 additional cleanups scheduled in the next few months for an estimated cost of $140,000. Santa Clara police officers support each cleanup at an estimated cost of a little over $24,000 in overtime for the fiscal year. In terms of towing, 28 RVs have been towed this fiscal year through April 1st at the cost of $2,000 in towing fees per RV, totaling $56,000. It should be noted that these are citywide numbers and not specific to RVs used for illegal storage or illegal activities. We will now transition to updates on a few key projects related to homelessness. At our July study session, a couple council members expressed interest in relocating the Dignity on Wheels mobile showers and laundry services from Marcelli Park to a different location where unhoused individuals could also receive other basic needs services. At the time, the Marcelli Park site was new and underutilized, having just been relocated from another location in the city. And since then, usage has increased to an average of 28 people per month. However, we are mindful of council's prior requests and identified a potential relocation site at Central Park, which is accessible to public transit and resources, including Central Park Library and St. Justin's Catholic Church, which provides food and clothing. It is important to note, however, that while the relocation can improve access to services, it may also draw more users to the area. This table right here is a snapshot of Dignity on Wheels usage since 2024. At the time of the July study session, data for May 2025 and onward was not yet available. Since relocating to Marcelli Park in October of 2024, The program has increased average monthly usage from 15 people at Bassett, which was the old location, to now 28 at Marcelli Park. For most months, more than 30 people use the program at its current location at Marcelli Park. The City Council has 2 existing council priorities that focus on addressing unsheltered homelessness and its impacts, and we want to take this opportunity to provide a brief update. Council Priority 24 focuses on providing interim supportive housing and outreach for the unhoused. The council may remember that back in November, it approved an agreement with We Hope to provide street outreach and case management and manage a temporary hotel and inclement weather hotel program. Oops. No, sorry. Prior to executing their agreement, We Hope reached out to staff with additional requests for changes to their agreement, which staff has been reviewing to determine whether the city can reasonably accommodate the requests, so the agreement is currently under negotiations. In the case that We Hope is unable to move forward with these services, staff will need to implement a procurement process. Separately, the city is working with the county and Life Moves on a 30-suite interim housing development at Benton Street and Lawrence Expressway. The City Council will be asked to consider approval of a revenue agreement between the city and county in the upcoming months. The city has received the building permit, which is currently under review. The council also has an existing council priority to explore off-street parking for RVs and people living in cars. Staff previously shared that over 155 city-owned sites were reviewed against a list of recommended criteria. The criteria including having a site that met a certain size, environmental factors, distance from sensitive receptors, and site readiness. Since the study session, staff has completed additional review and discussions with other departments about the few sites that could have potentially accommodated an overnight RV off-site parking program, and determined that they had challenges related to environmental concerns, ingress, egress, and or were adjacent to sensitive receptors. As such, staff is now exploring 2 alternative approaches. One being a real estate broker services to identify potential private properties who are interested in hosting a safe parking program. Staff did conclude a RFP for real estate services and is currently in contract negotiations with a target of executing an agreement in May or June. And the second option is to have a RFP for private property owners to implement their own safe parking program with seed funding from the city. In terms of next steps for these items, for the Dignity on Wheels program, pending council discussion, staff will move forward with relocating to Central Park in May or keeping the program at the current site at Marcelli Park. For street outreach, pending negotiations with We Hope, we will continue working to secure a street outreach team. For interim housing, we plan to return to City Council seeking adoption of the revenue agreement between the county and city for the Benton Lawrence Development Project. And then for the off-street RV parking, pending council discussion and feedback, staff will return to City Council with action on next steps. Now that we've shared what's happening at the local level, we'd like to shift our focus to regional planning efforts. The Santa Clara County Continuum of Care has been engaging key stakeholders since last year to help develop a 5-year regional community plan to end homelessness. Adam and I have been participating in meetings held for local agency staff to provide our feedback and to ensure alignment with our local efforts. I will now turn it over to KJ and Ray to share the results from the 2020 to 25 community plan that just ended and to present their draft 2025 to 30 plan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer with Destination Home. I'm joined tonight by my colleague, KJ Kaminsky, the Director of the Office of Supportive Housing for the County of Santa Clara. Tonight, we want to share some of the results and the progress we had over the last years in our work to end homelessness in Santa Clara County. talk specifically about some local data, and then give you a preview of what we're doing to develop the next 5-year plan. Dive right in, but I want to give you a little background before. We talk a lot about how we address homelessness in Santa Clara County. And we address homelessness through what we call a supportive housing system. As you can see, it's a complicated system, and it has a lot of moving parts. But basically, if you're homeless in our community, this is the system that you get into that helps you end it in some ways. And if you're on the brink of ending up outside, this is also how you can prevent your homelessness. Starting from outreach, going through coordinated entry, and then entering into a shelter system, or a hotel, or even a permanent home. Or if you're a family just on the edge of losing your housing, there's a hotline that you can call and you can get support. Of course, it's all under-resourced, and there's still far more people outside than we've got in, but this is the system that we have that we know works. The continuum of care, which is the body that oversees and monitors the progress of this work, is made up by a broad group of stakeholders. We have government leaders, nonprofit executives, philanthropy, private sector, people with lived experience, the community, and many more, all coming together to ensure that the community plan that we bring forward is implemented and aligned with the values that we set. The County of Santa Clara serves as the lead for this plan and helps to oversee the data and management of staff and resources. My organization, Destination Home, if you're not aware, was formed in 2010 as part of a public-private partnership and a Blue Ribbon Commission to end homelessness. We sit at the center of what we call a collective impact model and act as a backbone entity, providing private resources to pair with public dollars with the goal of ending and preventing homelessness for the members of our community. So from 2020 to 2025, I first have to acknowledge it was a different time. We started this community plan at a period before COVID, at a place where the county and cities were facing budget surpluses, and that we were still kind of growing off of the success that we saw with the 2016 Measure A initiative, which created $950 million for housing in our community. At that time, we set a goal to house 20,000 people by 2025, and I'm pleased to report that we've exceeded that goal, 20,830 people. Now, there's a lot of reasons why you still see people outside, but the reality is, of those folks that we got in, and we got some into permanent supportive housing, others into affordable housing, others reunited with their families, but of that population, over 90% of them have remained housed over time. We're seeing incredible benefits to our community, and that's part of the collective efforts, including the city of Santa Clara. The populations are diverse. About half of the people that we housed in that time period were what we call chronically homeless, with a physical or mental disability, and having been on the streets for an extended period of time. Fortunately, we're still seeing lots of families on our streets as well, with minor children, nearly a quarter of the population. And then we're seeing increases in young adults, in seniors and veterans. The bottom line is that everyone is experiencing homelessness in our community, but we're also able to end it for so many different types of people. But it's not enough. We've got people outside, and we know we need to more immediately respond to the impacts of homelessness, like this council has done with projects like Benton. So we set a secondary goal of doubling our shelter capacity. And since 2020, we've increased our shelter capacity by 82%, putting 27,000 unique individuals into shelter. Shelter isn't housing, it doesn't end their homelessness, but it does get them off the streets. Cities across the county of Santa Clara, as far down as Gilroy, as far north as Palo Alto, have all invested in this strategy, and we've seen massive increases in our shelter capacity. But all the sheltering, all the housing that we do is not going to be enough to truly address the issue of homelessness in the long term if we can't prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place. You heard earlier, staff mentioned the homelessness prevention system. This is a system that we started with private money, just $1 million in 2018. Today, we are serving over 2,500 families annually. 95% of the families remaining housed 2 years later after receiving basic financial assistance coupled with case management. It's by far the highest return on investment we have of any homeless intervention, and we're seeing the system grow, not shrink, to meet the need. As a result, there's fewer people becoming homeless. Since 2020, we've seen a 19% decrease in new households becoming homeless. That means for every one person that we're able to house in 2020, 2.5 people were becoming homeless. Now that ratio is down to 1 to 1.9. The problem is we still have more and more people that are ending up on the streets, and we're still not able to keep up. But we know we have the tools in place to address this crisis at scale once we get more resources. Let me turn it over to KJ to give some specific data.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Mayor, council members. KJ Kaminsky, Director for the County's Office of Supportive Housing. As Ray mentioned, we're the Continuum of Care lead, and that's the role that I'm here today on behalf of our Continuum of Care team to share about this plan. What I'm going to do is translate how did the numbers that Ray shared about our countywide progress translate to the progress here for the residents of the city of Santa Clara. So of the, we started with the 20,830 people housed. 1,894 of those people were residents here of Santa Clara. For the folks placed in temporary housing and shelter, 3,443 of those people were from Santa Clara. And lastly, for the prevention system that we've spoken about, over 1,500 people served across that system from 2020 to 2025 were from Santa Clara. And that ratio of people that we've been able to place in housing to the number who are experiencing homelessness for the first time here for the city of Santa Clara, for every one household housed, another 1.5 became homeless. So that's significant progress from where we were in 2019. We also wanted to give you a snapshot of how people were being served across our entire supportive housing system, and this data is for people accessing services last year in 2025. You can see that we're serving residents from everything from permanent supportive housing to street outreach, safe parking, housing problem solving, which is a new intervention since we started this plan that is basically light touch, financial assistance, similar to homelessness prevention, but for people who are already experiencing homelessness. We measure this data by tracking if folks have, if they lived in Santa Clara prior to becoming homeless, if they identify as working, or have in Santa Clara, their kids go to school here in Santa Clara, or they spend most of their time here. And looking at what that means in terms of investments across our system, we pulled out just a few of the interventions that were talked about. 350 households were served in permanent supportive households from Santa Clara were served in permanent supportive housing programs just last year. The average cost for permanent supportive housing is around $37,000 annually. So that represents an annual investment of about 13 million people for households in Santa Clara. Similarly, in rapid rehousing, we had 241 households served last year, equating to about a $7 million investment. And on the prevention side, those 153 households served equal about a $2.3 million investment. So I just wanted to highlight a few additional partnerships between the COC, the county, and the city. As Ray mentioned, Measure A, the 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond really helped us achieve these goals in a major way. And our partnership with the city here was tremendous. Almost $100 million of Measure A funds were invested here at Calabasas, Agri-Hood, Kiefer, and upcoming Civic Center and Clara Gardens. We also fund supportive services for residents at the county funds supportive services for residents at those developments, as well as others, like pictured here, Peacock Commons, and also the Bella Vita project. On the temporary housing side, we have temporary housing for youth and young adults at Covenant House, and of course are thrilled to be working with the city on the Santa Clara Family Community project that is upcoming. So we've been working over the last year to bring stakeholders together to develop this new plan, to reflect on the progress that we've made, the current context that we're in today, and develop strategies for our next 5 years. We've had a steering committee that has been assisting with the qualitative and quantitative analysis. We've been convening focus groups of subpopulations. We have had deep engagement with cities, and a huge thank you to city staff who have been participating in the development of the plan. And we are now at the point where we have a draft plan, are taking additional feedback with the goal to adopt the plan later this year. Last plan, we had 3 key focus areas, right? And in the current draft plan, we have 4. So first of all, the most optimal outcome we can have is to prevent people from becoming homeless before they ever experience homelessness. So there's a key focus area all around our prevention strategies. Second, we want to continue to house folks and support them in retaining their housing. This is everything from emergency shelter through permanent supportive housing for those who need long-term assistance. Focus area 3 is understanding that we still have people out living outdoors, strengthening access to care and services for those who are unsheltered today, access to behavioral health services, to basic needs services. It's all around how do we get folks off the streets into shelter, into permanent housing, but also how do we help them meet their needs while they're outdoors. And then lastly, we have a focus area around centering and investing in people with lived experience to lead and transform our homeless system. We have, we work closely with the Lived Experience Advisory Group Lived Experience Work Group to develop this focus area, but also integrate strategies throughout focus areas 1, 2, and 3 that are, that highlight and identify roles for folks with lived experience to lead in this work. I also want to note that we have been working really closely with North County cities, South County cities, West Valley cities, and the city of San Jose to develop what we're calling sub-regional plans. This is new to this plan and wasn't in part of the 2020 plan, but recognizing that there are some shared issues that these sub-regions are addressing and interested in. These sub-regional plans will include a description of the regional characteristics, summarize the existing efforts, highlight all the great work that is happening at the city level that Christine just shared, and creating a framework of shared goals and strategies and priorities for the sub-region that are aligned with the broader community-wide plan. So from here, we have the draft plan is available and attached to your agenda today. We're also holding community convenings. Later this month, April 30th from 6 to 8 is a North County convening at the Mitchell Park Community Center. But we're also having convenings in West Valley, South County, and San Jose, as well as a virtual convening. The goal is to have the COC board adopt the plan in August of this year, and then we would be going to other partners, the Board of Supervisors, city councils, and asking for endorsement of the plan in the fall. And with that, I want to, again, just thank you for your time and for having us on your agenda today, and look forward to questions.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. Adam Marcus, Housing and Community Services Manager. We're very close to discussion time, so bear with us. In this third and final section of our presentation today, we wanted to compare how the countywide plan to end homelessness lines up with the city's draft homelessness plan. So we're at a really important juncture here because we have an opportunity to benefit from all the work that the COC has been doing and all the outreach, and to ask ourselves, is there anything missing from our local plan? Is there anything that's developed since we've had these discussions that we can now integrate later this year? So we're really trying to align and then move forward. So really quickly, on On the left, you see the county plan and the sub-regional plan, just so it's a little bit easier for us to track between these two plans that are very similar, two jurisdictions that have very similar names and two plans that have very similar names. Keep in mind that the county plan has focus areas, 4 focus areas, and the city's plan has 6 strategy areas. Just as a quick reminder, these are the strategies from the city's plan. They focus, again, on prevention, on increasing all types of housing, on doing more proactive outreach as a backbone to our services, addressing basic needs, reducing the impacts of unsheltered homelessness more broadly, and of course, fostering productive community conversations and centering people with lived experience of homelessness. So looking at the community, the COC's focus area number 1, prevention, the county's first focus area, it's really about expanding and improving programs that prevent people from becoming homeless. They found that this really works. It's cost effective. This aligns very closely with the city's strategy number 1, which focuses on eviction prevention, tenant protections, rental assistance, fair housing, and legal supports, and other linkages. And as you know, the city is one of the only cities in the county that currently funds the homelessness prevention system. It's something we're very proud of as staff, and it's something we want to continue to do. The COC focus area number 2 relates to expanding and diversifying the supply of shelter and housing options and improving service quality, consistency, coordination among those various players in that system. The city's strategy number 2 aligns with this by seeking to expand both temporary and permanent housing and by emphasizing the need for more extremely low income housing. We had that discussion ongoing as part of our housing element, as you recall. Both plans stress that housing supply must be paired with supports, tenancy services, navigation, system coordination, so that placements stick and people move through the system faster. At all income levels, Santa Clara continues to drive new housing production in the South Bay. In fact, in 2025, the city entitled nearly 2,000 new housing units and completed over 2,600 new housing units. The county's third focus area relates to improving access to care and services for people experiencing homelessness through more sustainable funding, access to real-time information, better consistency and quality of services. The city's outreach and basic needs strategies track very closely, and both plans center outreach as the connector to the housing pathways and services that are needed. Both plans emphasize that successful implementation requires public understanding and participation, and that the perspectives of people with lived experience should inform policy decisions and program design. This alignment also supports the practical goal of creating conditions where the community can engage productively around these topics. So at a high level, lots of overlap. Both plans prioritize stopping homelessness before it begins, then expanding the housing continuum, and strengthening access to care and supports for residents currently unsheltered. This sequencing really matters because prevention and system flow improvements reduce the pressure on shelters and services over the long term. The main difference between these two plans really relates to the city strategy number 5, which aims to reduce the impacts of unsheltered homelessness throughout the city. Strategy 5 reflects city obligations to maintain public spaces, address health and safety and community impacts through building new partnerships, securing additional funding, and focusing on housing the highest utilizers of city and county services. The community plan does allude to this, especially relating to encampment residency, and places a bit more of an emphasis on diversion from law enforcement and reducing criminalization. This difference is not a bad thing, rather it acknowledges that the county and city play different roles in the larger effort to respond to homelessness and its impacts. Going forward, the city will continue to work on the above-mentioned council priorities and to identify funding needed to implement these strategies. Santa Clara study session here tonight is one of the first in a series of study sessions that will take place, where input will really help to inform both the county's plan as well as the city's plan later this year. It's anticipated that the final plan will come back to the community in the fall at the time. Sorry. And then hopefully at the same council meeting, we'll bring back the city's plan for adoption as well. And with that, we're going to transition into a discussion period. I had a couple of prompts that I wanted to share, and then we'll hand it right back to the mayor.
All right, very good.
The first, there's about 5 questions. The first set of questions relates to the county's plan. So think about what you heard from KJ and Ray, and think about, keep these in mind as you engage in your discussion. Are the focus areas included in the draft county plan or COC plan reflective of the needs and goals of our community of Santa Clara? What would the council like to see included as part of a sub-regional plan? So think of our neighbors, think of what they're doing, think of what we're doing. Are there opportunities there for alignment? How can we work with the council? How can the COC work with the council to help share this information out more broadly with the community? And from the city side, we have a couple of questions as well. Relating to RV safe parking, we'd love to hear feedback from the council on alternative options for next steps. Thoughts on moving forward with a real estate broker to help identify privately owned sites for off-street safe parking. And the other idea being requesting for proposals from, again, private property owners, as Christine mentioned. And then the second question relating to the location of the mobile shower laundry service and where that might be. With that, we'll hand it back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, all of you, for the presentations, very comprehensive. We appreciate it. We're going to go, I'm going to ask the council members if they have questions at this point. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you for the presentations. I wanted to understand better the sub-regional plans because for the Benton Lawrence Interim Supportive Housing, the county's the lead on that. They've submitted building permits, but the city's putting in about $7 million. And it's on the border of Sunnyvale and Santa Clara. So I know we're going to give preference, hopefully, to Santa Clara residents, but my understanding is it's on the border of Sunnyvale. So it would be nice in the sub-regional plan to maybe do a cost sharing with Sunnyvale and allow both Santa Clara and Sunnyvale residents to be part of that, to make sure that we had a pipeline, because we want to do it for families only. And so I want to make sure we don't run out of families in the city of Santa Clara. And I don't think, from what I've heard, we're not going to run out of families in Santa Clara, but I was wondering if, and the problem is that our $7 million is only good for 7 years. So after that, it would be nice to be including Sunnyvale in part of that plan to make sure that we have longevity for that interim supportive housing project. I'm all for really trying to prevent people to be displaced to the street. Whatever we can do, as soon as they go to the street, their spiral, they just spiral downhill. They become subject to PTSD from living on the street, maybe some drug addiction, all kinds of other problems, health problems. So whatever we can do to keep people in their homes or into shelters, rapid rehousing, then allow people to get into the streets. Couple of things that, we've had Project Sentinel for doing tenant landlord mediation and disputes, but they have pretty much been there the whole time that I've been here, and I haven't seen any bidding out of that. And I've heard that Project Sentinel isn't particularly responsive to a lot of calls. People have complained that they're not getting calls returned. Can we get maybe an update as to how Project Sentinel is working out for us? I was kind of surprised that when Adam had said that the Santa Clara is the only city in the county with a homelessness prevention program. Did you say that? Okay. I was surprised by that because I think a lot of other cities are doing tenant-based rental assistant. Mountain View, something that I've brought up many times, is basic income. And I would like to start a basic income program in the city of Santa Clara. I don't know what that would take. My question is, for Dignity on Wheels, we did move the location. I'm not sure where it was before Marcelli, but the number went up from 15 to 28. So I thought that was due to moving the location, is what I heard. If not, if we didn't move the location, what caused the numbers to go from 15 to 28? And then I'm very supportive of putting it near where people go for their meals, like St. Justin's. You put it right there, people are coming there anyway for their meals, they can get laundry and shower services. The street outreach, Santa Clara has struggled with the street outreach. I think we were going to get 2 people from Destination Home to do that. I don't think we ever got 2 people, and now we're moving to We Hope. I wanted to understand why we're doing that. And that's, okay, the other question I had was, I've been talking to the people at Kiefer Senior Housing, and you know, like everywhere, we're trying to reduce the amount of parking to make the units more affordable, but then we have a parking problem. And I'm trying to figure out how we can crack this nut and provide some sort of parking. I'm really trying to get some sort of agreements between the housing projects and neighboring businesses. But what I hear, the big problem is insurance. Like, the neighboring businesses don't want to take on the insurance liability in case there's an accident in the parking lot or such. So does any other city have any ideas to crack that, to be able to do more sharing of parking, because the residents are there in the evening, the businesses are operating during the day? So are there any ideas we can take from other cities? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I was a little surprised when Adam's title came up, because I always think of you of housing, and when it said community service manager. So I'm curious what percentage of your work time is based on that, because I had the opportunity to work a little bit with the person from Sunnyvale and didn't think we had someone. So that surprised me. I did have the opportunity to talk with the gentleman from Abode, and he said that they have a better than 80% success rate, which I was thrilled to hear about. When we talk about the capacity of Dignity on Wheels, is if we moved it to, and he's right, I've been over there, I know at St. Justin's Pantry, there are a lot of people there that get food. Is there a capacity to handle more than 37, 38? I don't know. Or would you want to swap back and forth and have half the time in one place and half in another? Is that another way to extend our limited resources to help more people? I was the one that was happy with Project Sentinel 35 years ago when I was a renter and had problems. But lately, I have sent people to them, and they have gotten no response, and I personally called them and left a very angry message explaining how we support you and you are supposed to be supporting our residents, and they finally called me back. But then they also did not give appropriate information to a resident that I had, and I don't know if it was just a miscommunication, but they were not given their actual state-given rights as renters, and we're not told that. And then after that, I got an unsolicited another complaint about Project Sentinel. So that puts that at real. I'm wondering if that's a good place to have our finances. I'll say that. I appreciated that you showed some of your measures of success, because obviously we want to see that the problem is getting better, not worse. Because if that were the case, then we wouldn't be doing the right things. We have approved the county facility twice on Benton and Lawrence Expressway, and I've gotten a lot of resident feedback that was negative. So I'm curious what more we have to do for that, because like I said, we have done that twice, and I was the one that made the motion and took the hits. I'm okay with that, but I'm curious what more we need to do to support that, because we did put in the money we had to do that and then approve that, because it is county land as well. I'm wondering if you talked about coordination, but I didn't see a lot of coordination with Valley Water. They are the ones that own all the creek land. And some people seem to understand the jurisdiction between that fence line. One side's Santa Clara, one side's Valley Water. Valley Water does not have any real type enforcement. And I've seen that, and I happen to know, my understanding is the police officers can only go in there if they're actively going after someone who's violent, and the firefighters can only be in there if there's a fire. So I want to know, are we coordinating with them? Because we have all of those different creek trails that come through our city, and we know that that has been an issue. You just mentioned it. I guess I'd like to understand better about the mental health and addiction struggles, and if we have, especially with the chronically homeless, if they're, well, unhoused, if there's a refusal of service problem, because I do know that some people have refused or are uncomfortable with any kind of help or don't trust things for different reasons. So I'm wondering what kind of percentage do we have as a refusal of services? And the RV parking and towing was interesting. I know that my church looked into having an RV or parking at night, and then they were told there were all these different conditions they had to meet, and they pulled back because of it. So I'm wondering if we are being too restrictive so that no one would want to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, thank you for the report, and really informative, and the regional aspect of it is really important. I think that as we address homelessness, and even within the city, we see something that might move around. As far as the RVs, I know that we had I think there was 28 that were removed or towed from the city. Were we trying to work with those folks? Obviously, it's more than an RV for those folks. It's, you know, it's a shelter, right? So it's something that they have to use to house themselves. So hopefully we worked with them, and did we work with them to try to, you know, find ways to find a better site for them. As far as finding a better site, I know that we haven't found one for within our property, but I don't know if we can double back and check to see if there's any place we can look. Even if it was a pilot program at, you know, somewhere where we can understand what we've learned and maybe provide some of the resources, whether it's the Dignity on Wheels or something that could help service the area. And, you know, I tell folks, the Levi's is in my district, and sometimes it's nice to move it around to see how folks in other areas of the city might see things. Obviously, that can't happen, but with maybe an RV park or something where we can have some temporary parking, kind of learn some things and maybe move it around so that we can have our folks within the community understand, maybe really engage with some of the community members. The PERT officer that I believe is now, it was funded, I believe, through the county, but is now being funded, I believe, through our police department. I'm glad that we have that. And how do we make sure that we have those resources for our homeless population, to make sure that it's not, we're not just giving them housing in one aspect or another, but we're also providing some, in the school district, we say wraparound services, but, other services to make sure that they are aware of the resources and are being helped with any challenges that they may have. And the other question was, as far as the monies that were expended, and this is more, I guess, for the county, as far as the data that we're looking at for the utilization of those money, it's always good to understand maybe regionally, maybe how other folks are doing it, and if we can do it better here in Santa Clara to how we expend those monies, whether it's short term, whether it's long term, just to see what's working maybe in other localities, so we can implement some of that stuff here as well.
Councilmember Cox.
Thank you. I wanted to know more about the Care Solace service requests we had. I know we said that there were several thousand requests coming in, but I'm wondering if we have data on whether those requests led to ongoing care, or if we were able to connect those services to following outcomes, if they led to a greater use of the city services. Again, some of my data is coming from the point in time questionnaire from 2025, so you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but again, the PIT data shows that 73% of unhoused neighbors are living with disabling conditions. And so the current strategies are mentioning the need to diversify permanent housing, that's strategy A5. But given the needs of, I think, nearly 3/4 of that population, I don't know how we plan to close that gap. And I bring this up because I know we're excited about the Benton project, but one of the concerns that we're seeing, and one of the issues that the community is having feedback on, is how the diverse needs of housing from the outside in is looking like it's creating more problems for the community than it is good. I know we talked about the Agri-Hood and Kiefer, and I did ask KJ about this, I think, at the city's board meeting. What is our training and implementation for the developers when they are left with, I don't want to say like a helicopter resource where you just come in and you say, here's what you have, work with it. But we need to change the narrative if we're going to get a project like the Benton Lawrence thing passed. And I think it starts with showing success in models like this. And so I want to know how we give appropriate training and resources to a developer who likely has, partnered with Abode or, in this case, John Stewart, to make sure that the products and the services that we're offering are successful. The question was asked on how do we feel about the different potential alternative options for RV housing. I think, again, the point in time said that RV housing is up to 30%, 37%, and I would love to say, let's explore both options. If a broker can find private property for it, and there's people who have their own private property, I think that's awesome. I think one of the things that solves right away is that then the right people who are passionate about this want to make connected impacts in their environment. I think what we don't know about that yet to give direction would be, how do we consult with the neighbors around said house that wants to house it? How big does a property need to be for you to say, yeah, come into my neighborhood, I'm willing to have 4 or 5 RVs here. There are a lot of impacts, and I am glad that we made that distinction. I think as a city, we do have that responsibility to say what are the impacts to our community as well. I think it's such a great idea, but I want to know how we would begin to imagine that in a way that would be successful, not just for the family that was meeting the need, but for the neighbors as well. Again, I also noticed that the response to general question 1, especially about preventative maintenance, which I believe was said is our best return of investment, it quotes, it says, "It's striking to note that in our staff responses, Santa Clara and San Jose are the only 2 cities in the entire county currently providing direct financial support to the homeless prevention system." And again, because we know that the problem of unhoused is a moving target. I want to know how we collaborate with these entities to ensure that our investment, again, I think one of the things about the point in time this year that's really striking is it looks like everybody went up 70% and San Jose maintained. Well, when you sweep major areas, the impact is going to be around the neighborhood cities. So I know that those numbers fluctuate. But if we look at our prevention services now needing to be offered to 72% more without a regional plan in place of how we couple on this, I think we're missing our most impactful boat. And like you said, it looked like you were going to come up and clarify that that might be wrong. And then again, another partnership that it did mention, in February 25, which is now a year ago, Valley Water proposed the formation of a joint county-wide powers authority to start looking at this, but it's been a year now, and I don't know what the follow-up has been on that, so I want a clarification on that. Yeah, I believe that's it. Thank you so much. Sorry.
I think when Valley Water asked for interest in that joint task force, asking the different cities if they wanted to participate, I think we were the only ones that said yes. I believe that there wasn't a lot of interest from anyone else, but I did respond immediately that we were interested in that. Anyways, that didn't go anywhere. I'm not going to repeat any of the questions that were already asked, but one of my particular interests is the safe parking sites, and we've been talking about this for years. We've toured Mountain View sites and others. Have we ever identified any city properties for safe parking? And are there examples of packages that were offered, incentive packages for private property owners to have safe parking in any other city? Do we have, I never liked, we don't have to, if we don't have to recreate the wheel, let's use others. If there's something that has worked in another city for private property, because I'm just wondering if we're not out there communicating it to property owners with a package that would, not be interesting, not just financially, but other ways that, they can do good in their community. Does anybody have that? Any other city? Do they offer that? Those really are my questions. So I think that's it. My screen went off again, so.
Councilmember Jane has his hand up, and
Councilmember
Councilmember Park as well.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I was confused that it was actually, the outreach program, I think, was with Abode, not Destination Home. And I don't think we ever got the 2 people that we wanted. And so now I think I'm trying to understand the move to We Hope. And then I did find in the packet that the move from Destination on Wheels was from Bassett Drive to Marsali. So that's where the numbers went up, almost double. Then I know San Jose has, in David Cohen's district, has provided RV parking, but it became very expensive and problematic for them. Took them a long time because you have to decide you're going to provide security, you're going to provide restrooms, you're going to provide pump outs for toilets and things. It's complicated to set up a safe parking for RVs. And do you provide electricity? Because you don't want people to run generators and their engines, providing a lot of pollution in these old RVs. So San Jose ran into a lot of problems. It's certainly something we need to do in Santa Clara, but we have to look at the problems that David Cohen's district had. Thank you.
Councilmember Park has a hand up.
Thank you very much. I apologize for coming a little bit late, but I did follow up with this, and I did look at this prior to the meeting because I knew I was going to be a little late. I have similar concerns about Project Sentinel. I've worked with Project Sentinel since early 2010s. I worked with them on a project with Prometheus in Mansion Grove. Did not go well. And I've been very in tune with the other projects that have also reached out to Project Sentinel. I mean, it's the first name that I say, but I say it with a little bit of hesitation, and I don't want to have that kind of hesitation when we're promoting services. I have a question about, I think I'll skip to the next one, which is, we did have a study session on safe parking. We talked about some parks or some open areas, including near substations or near electrical stations that could have space, but as Councilmember Jane suggested and noted, that it's not just parking. I mean, we need staffing. There are a lot of things that need to go with that. Redwood City had a project several years ago. I think that they had been doing really well. Every single time for the last 3 years that I brought up something, it usually is something I learned from a Redwood City session, and they had safe parking. They also noted that they needed staffing, and they needed staffing at late hours as well, because people don't just show up during the day and then everything goes fine, and they wake up and everything goes fine again. They also had referrals for people on the streets that were sleeping rough. I know that I've met a lot of people. I've talked to people from military. They're in military fatigues, military gear, sleeping on the street. I've tried to pass them my name and give them cards. I always tell them about the resources in my district, including Salvation Army with Celestine and Shoshana. But, I mean, they need more than just shelter. I mean, in some cases, they told me, I can rough this. This is actually better, and the weather is better than places I've been, other places. But they need jobs, right? So, I mean, once people lose housing, how are they counted in census and other metrics? I mean, I think that if they don't have an address, if they don't have something that they can send to, I'm worried that they will negatively affect the AMI calculation, meaning if they're at the lower end and they are not counted in the metrics, then AMI will just go up. I think that's one of the problems with AMI, using AMI as the affordability index, which is as the people in the bottom drop out, the number keeps going up and up and up. So there has to be a way to retain people so that number doesn't because once you've got people leaving, once you've got a lot of people that are distressed, you've got runaway. The other problem that we have is a lot of the people that I've talked to that are in trouble are not the group that we expect. They're actually used to be the working class. I mean, they are in the tech sector. I don't think people realize that we've lost 500,000 jobs in the last 3 years in the tech sector, and it's going up. I recently took an Uber ride back from a conference, and I was asking the Uber driver what the situation was, and he told me that he's never seen it this bad. I mean, I said there was a lot of activity, so there'd be a lot of people traveling, must be a good thing. He said, no, you don't understand. We've got 300 cars out there, Uber drivers. And, I've never seen numbers that high except on Christmas or New Year's or on some big event, but now it's almost every single night. They've got 300 Uber drivers, and most of those drivers, when they sit and talk to each other, are people in the tech sector who no longer have jobs. I mean, that's why, but they've got cars. They need safe parking as well. Again, next up is jobs, which is why we need showers, because most of those people need clothing and showers so that they go to interviews. In fact, one person was asking for money for his car, to get gas for his car. And I think that this is a new type of, problem. And we need to start looking at this in larger, like we need to have not just safe parking, but it kind of needs to be a community where people can go together. If we have people who are, maybe they don't need help, they just need a place to stay. If we can work with these people, we can find people, bring them in and leverage, them, maybe even pay them to help maintain the organizations, maintain the communities that they're part of. I think that would be a good thing. I do want the referrals for people on the street, especially if there's children. I have met a woman in my neighborhood, walking through my neighborhood, who had a child, and that child was left with somebody else. But the mention was that in other cities, if you are on the street with a child, you immediately get a voucher and you're immediately off the street that night. And I said, I don't know of any program like that, but I think that we need to start looking at programs that get people off the street immediately, if there are, especially if there's children involved, and help them with the next step, which is you can keep them in stasis by providing them shelter and clothing, but at some point, if they don't have jobs, if they don't have a place to move to, if they don't have a place to make their situation better, then we've just got an ongoing situation where we need more and more money, more and more resources to take care of more and more people who are falling through the filters. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Unfortunately, we have 10 minutes, so if you'd like to answer questions, you can always send them back in a report to us as well, but the best you can.
If we have 10 minutes for questions, I might want to prioritize that those that the county COC
Yeah,
could
that
answer
would be
because
great.
they
They're
are
here.
very busy presenting
Yes.
to other jurisdictions.
We appreciate that. Thank
And
you.
we will, if we don't have time for staff responses, then we will put them in writing and share it with the council.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for all the comments and questions. We're also happy to follow up afterwards and work with staff on any responses that we're not able to get to this evening. So starting with Councilmember Jane, you asked about the home key site, including Sunnyvale and cost sharing. Is that a possibility with the sub-regional plan? I would say the sub-regional plans are intended to identify shared priorities. If North County is interested in looking at cost sharing for shelters, that could be something that's included. In terms of the discussion thus far about prioritization for that particular site, the Santa Clara Family Home Key site, we are prioritizing families from the city of Santa Clara and then North County after, if there are no more families identified. On the Kiefer senior housing parking problem, this is one where I think we would like to work with city and look at options. I'm not aware of other housing developments within our portfolio that are leasing with neighboring businesses, but I'm happy to look into other options that may be available. Councilmember Hardy asked about our measures of success, and you mentioned the county facility, the Benton and Lawrence project, and what is next to do, I believe, is just approval of the shared revenue agreement is the next step. And we really appreciate the partnership and the council's support on that project and are very much looking forward to getting it underway. You also asked about our coordination with Valley Water. We actually have this discussion and presentation with Valley Water this coming Friday. I'll be starting with a subcommittee of the Valley Water District Board, but we look forward to involving them in this discussion and including them in as hopefully an endorsing body, but also one that we continue to work with over the implementation of the entire plan. And you asked a question about the number or percentage of folks that refuse services. We don't track the number of folks who refuse all services, but I will say, sometimes there are folks who decline a shelter resource if it's not a good fit for them for various reasons. My office has a client engagement team. That's the team that's responsible for getting folks document ready and prepared for move into permanent housing. I can tell you when it's permanent housing, the number of people who say no to a permanent housing resource when it's available to them is extremely low. People who we interact with daily that are experiencing homelessness, when there's a permanent housing option, and we are providing those that are low barrier, meeting their needs, it is well above 90% are saying yes to that. trying to go quickly to get through as much as I can here.
Appreciate that.
Councilmember Gonzalez, I appreciate the suggestion to look at other counties and understand regionally what how our strategies and are successful compared to other regions. I think we certainly do that and are often the leader here in Santa Clara County. And prevention is a great example of that, where in partnership with Destination Home, piloted that system in 2017 that has now grown from just serving a couple hundred households to over 2,500 households today. Destination Home is now taking that model nationwide. We also did the first randomized control trial evaluation, a really rigorous evaluation in partnership with University of Notre Dame of that system. That study, and we do that across many of our interventions. We really, I think, lead the way in that work, but also, are always looking to learn from other communities about what is most cost-effective. The data is showing that prevention is by far our most cost-effective intervention. Councilmember Cox, you asked about training and implementation for developers. And we built this supportive housing system very quickly, thanks to investments from cities like yours, thanks to the 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond. And we now have a system that we are really working to standardize our operations and level of care. Our office is offering monthly trainings for property managers, as well as monthly trainings for case managers about several topics around working in supportive housing development specifically. We also coordinate regular meetings with developers, property managers, the service providers, where we discuss any issues specific to those developments. So those coordination meetings are critical, but of course, if there are concerns from the city, we're always looking to understand those so that we can address them with the developers, the property managers, the service providers as well. What am I missing here? On the prevention side, you also mentioned reflected the city of San Jose and the city of Santa Clara are the only ones providing direct support for homelessness prevention. That's true today. I will say in our initial conversations with many cities, there's generally a lot of interest in prevention. I expect that many of the sub-regional plans, including North County, other cities are also showing a lot of interest in that. So we're hopeful that they'll follow your lead and also invest in that system. I think the rest of the questions were for the city, but if there's anything I missed that was for the county, I apologize.
You did a very good job. Thank you so much for that. So, Assistant City Manager, will follow up with us?
Yes, we will provide a report to respond to the questions. No problem. And
thank you very much, and thank you to everyone for that report. This is a very important topic for us, and we appreciate all the information. Thank you. We are going to...
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm not sure if we went to the public on that. We do need to, even though it's a study session.
Oh, we still do?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Please come forward. Do we have anyone online, Assistant City Clerk, for speaking on this issue, a study session?
Jeff Houston.
Jeff, go ahead, Jeff.
Hello. Thank you, everybody, for that wonderful presentation. I'd like to encourage the city to move the showering and laundry facilities to where they can be most utilized. And it sounds like Central Park, near the Catholic Church there, would be a good opportunity. It would be good to have more users in that area where it's needed. And it would be good for our community to see those people who need those facilities, so we can build more compassion within our community for the people that need those facilities. Thank you again.
Thank you. City Clerk, anyone else? All right, no, that's it. Thank you, City Attorney, for reminding me. We will commence the council meeting a little after 7 o'clock. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure you were. We're ready? Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call. Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Gonzalez. Here. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal, I'd like to note for the record that he is absent this evening due to travel on city business. Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Cox.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to excuse Councilmember Chahal. He is on city business.
Second.
To a motion and a second to excuse Councilmember Chahal.
Did I go too fast?
My screen isn't working.
Ah,
I vote yes.
I went too fast. Let me redo that.
Thanks.
All right. Did it come up?
My screen isn't working. I vote yes. No. It's not working. Okay, so it's good.
Your vote was?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And my screen isn't working again.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. All right, very good. Next we have, oh, go ahead, City Clerk, all your stuff. I know, sorry.
The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. The Statement of Behavioral Standards, the City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and sorry about this, a few technical problems here. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move to the meeting now. Okay, first order of business is we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. And we have one exception on the agenda right now that is a request to have that item removed, withdrawn by staff. It's a public hearing action on an ordinance of the City of Santa Clara, California, authorizing the installation of super graphic signs on building surfaces in the vicinity of Levi Stadium during a limited time period surrounding FIFA World Cup 2026 special events. Staff, did you want to say anything on that, or are you just looking for a motion on that?
Madam Mayor, just by way of explanation, as indicated in the staff report, this was a staff-initiated item. However, since staff initiated the item, the market for such signs and the community interest has waned, and accordingly, staff is withdrawing the item for consideration. Also of note, on the April 8th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission voted 6-1 to deny the proposal. So in consideration of all those things, staff's withdrawing the item for City Council consideration.
All right, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this? Anyone online? All right, is there a motion? Vice Mayor Gonzalez? Can you turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
Make a motion to withdraw this from our...
Second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to withdraw by Vice Mayor Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Hardy. Any other comments? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, we're moving fast for you now. When you're ready, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. Any other continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations? Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Madam Mayor, I want to have a reconsideration of the vote from last meeting for the 030 for a future City Council agenda item to be done within 90 days on the process adjustment organization of the downtown RFP RFQ.
City Attorney.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if you'll recall, when this item came up last time, we advised, given the nature of the item and its involvement of downtown properties, that you and Member Cox would recuse yourselves from
Do I
it.
wait for the second to make sure this is going, or should I do that right now?
You may want to do it right now, Madam Mayor.
Okay. I'm going to be recusing myself because they're talking about downtown Santa Clara, and my office is located in the Franklin Mall in downtown Santa Clara. Vice Mayor Gonzalez, if you'd come and take over, please.
I also will be recusing myself due to my employment with Santa Clara University that could potentially present a conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Okay, so last meeting we had a 030 presented by Councilmember Park to agendize, and in the motion it was the original timeline was 30 days, but we had talked about the motion for 90 days to bring back the process adjustment organization of the downtown RFP RFQ. Is there any comments or questions from council members? Councilmember Hardy?
Yes, I voted against this because we are in the middle of the process and we have the consultant. And I feel like the best way, and I have talked with a few people, is for them to let the process go through. And then when it's in its draft form, any group can write a response in favor or pointing out the problems or the concerns with the report. And to me, that is the best way for a group of citizens or anyone to answer to a report that they don't like. I'm uncomfortable with us trying to do this in the middle of the process once a consultant has been chosen and has started.
Thank you. Anyone else? So,
Vice Mayor, it would be appropriate to go to the public to see if any public members want to speak to this.
all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. But we could go to, even before the second, you can go to the public to solicit input.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk, nobody from the public? Okay. All right. Is there a second for the motion?
We just got a hand up.
Okay. We do have a second, Councilmember Park. And we have a hand in,
We have two hands.
two hands.
Let me put the names in. Donna West.
Okay. I don't see him on my screen, but if you can just, so we'll have Donna West. If you can unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Donna West, member of Reclaiming Our Downtown and Business of Santa Clara. The item by Noah McDonald is an urgent request to reconsider the 030 from March 10th council meeting and in need now. This is from Noah, core member, and Dan, Reclaiming Our Downtown. The council has not received accurate information from city staff due to unclear information provided by city staff about the downtown task force meeting earlier. The discussion should be in front of a regular council meeting and should address the RFP committee and the Adam Thompson resignation from the committee. The council does not know this information, so please consider this going forward to discuss today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, it says Mark and Kathy Kelsley.
Hi, this is Mark Kelsey. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Kathy, and myself. I think it's very important that the council hear this discussion on the current status of the downtown project. This has gone on too long, without leadership by either the council or the city management team. If we really believed in downtown, we would have this on every council agenda with an update on the status of downtown and a process to move it forward. The very least the council can do is get a report on this, take action, and help move it forward. It's frankly, I have really a difficult time understanding why this council does not want to address this subject, and I urge you to approve this as an agenda item for a council discussion. Thank you.
Any other hands? I think that's it. Councilmember Park?
So this item came up several times, and the first thing I want to note is that there should be no barriers to the public putting a discussion item on a council agenda. The fact that we've changed the 030 process to prevent the public from putting an item on the agenda is a matter of really, really deep division here. But again, I think that we need to understand that we cannot, the public cannot, and when we roll off of council, we cannot put an item on the agenda without first getting a sponsor and then getting a majority of people agreeing that we can be on, that we can talk about this issue. At the last meeting, we had a lot of discussion, which should not have happened. It should not have been about different things that the city manager brought up, and I think that the city attorney agrees with the amount of discussion that we had, which may have been a little bit more. But the reason that we need to discuss this, and contrary to what Councilmember Hardy says, is when everything's in process, I think that's too late for the downtown group to give the input that they need to give. Which is they need to make sure that the RFP and the RFQ processes contain the right wording, they have the right requirements, and the fact that Adam Thompson has stepped down and there are issues there, I think these are all things that need to be discussed in public, and I also agree with the public speakers. I do not understand why this council would deny an opportunity for the public to simply talk about these issues to talk about these issues in a public session. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
I would like to hear from the maker of the motion what exactly the motion is, because my understanding is we are in the middle of an RFP. We have had the RFP, we have the consultant, they are in the middle of the process, and anyone has the opportunity to answer back to the report. I'm uncomfortable with discussing people's personal concerns with someone else, or why someone does or doesn't want to be on the committee in public. I don't understand how that's appropriate. So I want to understand exactly what the wording is for the motion.
It's fairly similar to what we did, what was before us a week ago, but basically for the future council agenda item to be done within 90 days on the process adjustment organization of the downtown RFP. It's true that we know staff is working and has been working on that process for a while, but it hasn't come before council for just as long. So not only council, but the public has been a little bit unaware of what's going on, and I think it's just a matter of transparency that we bring it forward so that we can hear from not only what's going on from our staff side, but also get some input from what that community, especially the downtown, reclaiming downtown community, is looking at and feeling, and their perspective on the process as well. So, Councilmember Hardy?
Well, that doesn't make sense because we are in the middle of the process. We only set policy. We are not telling staff or our task force how to do things. That is an internal, and I'm uncomfortable with having a public discussion over what sounds like is going to be personality and personal concerns. I want to keep this focused on reclaiming our downtown and making certain that process goes forward. And this sounds like it will not only slow it down, but it will bring up things that I don't think are very helpful, especially because we make policy. We don't arbitrate concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't get into the committee assignment. It's just as far as getting into the weeds of who's on this committee, and those things are not what was before us tonight. But Assistant City Manager.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that if you're simply looking for an update on the status of the process, we are looking at bringing that back during the priority study session, so we could provide an update during that time. And that's scheduled to be approximately in mid-May. We have an item later on the agenda to discuss that.
Yeah. And this is just something that, just an impetus to make sure that we get that done.
Understood.
So, yeah. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, we do have a member of the public here. I mean, I believe that Noah McDonald, the person that made the motion, original motion, is here. But I do want to make a little bit of a difference. I would like to bring up some things. We are in the middle of a process, and downtown we've been in the middle of that process for many, 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 many years. But the RFQ for consultant has closed. The city manager had talked about a specific, having a new position open. That position has not been opened yet. We also talked about this at the last meeting as well. And city attorney, you tell me when you would like me to stop doing this, but there is time.
Yeah, you're getting a little deep into the details
No,
of what the substance of it would be. So if you
Understood.
could summarize, yeah.
Okay, and what I'm saying is that when you say that we are in the middle of the process, we are in the middle of a process, that's true, but there are possibilities that the city is considering, that the downtown group would like to discuss before we go too far ahead in the process. And when you talk about personality and personal concerns, I think that many of the personality and personality concerns are actually concerns about the downtown group, about the process, and I think that we can keep that away, the discussion away from personality and personal concerns, and talk about the process itself. And I think that the group should be allowed to do this. Again, we wouldn't even be here having a vote on the 030 on permission to agendize an item if we had an open 030 process that allowed people to put an item on the. And I'm here, that's not true, but we've actually done this for many, many, many years. And again, if this were the same as it was before, there would have been no need for a change in 2023. And I've looked at this change for 2023. I'm not going to discuss it here.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll follow up with you, Member Park, on the distinction of that. I don't think we need to discuss it here either.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, no, we've already closed the public interaction, so we're going to move on to the vote here. Is somebody else from the council? I don't see anybody else that wants to speak, so if we can just take that vote from the 030.
So what is that motion again? Because
Just to have a future agenda item.
okay, so last week's,
It's basically what we did
motion
last,
was-
reconsideration of that vote last week, from
okay,
last
so
week.
last week's motion was to agendize 030 related to downtown RFP, RFQ at a future meeting within 90 days.
Yeah.
Same one?
Correct.
Okay. And the maker of the motion was, and seconded?
It was Councilmember Park.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to go vote on my screen.
You have to run over there.
That's the exception item.
Yeah, that's not the same one.
Yeah.
Please
Thank
take your vote.
Okay, just making sure everybody's,
The motion does not carry 3-1. All right, with that, we're gonna,
Okay, just to confirm, we will be bringing this back at a future agenda? At the priority study session.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations? Anyone from the audience? Council, anyone online? Okay, we're going to move now into our special orders of business. Get these. These are the exciting part of the evening. For our first special order of business this evening, we have a representative from Santa Clara Relay for Life event. This year, the event is on May 2nd in Santa Clara at Franklin Mall, located at Jackson Street and Homestead. The American Cancer Society hosts Santa Clara Relay to bring together the community to support the fight against cancer. Cancer affects millions of people every day. Relay for Life provides an opportunity for the community to walk to honor survivors, remember those lost, and support those who are currently dealing with the disease. I invite Jonathan O. to the podium to speak more about the Santa Clara Relay for Life event. Jonathan, it's nice to see you back here again, and I love your shirt. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Jonathan O. I'm here today, as has been stated, as I have been in the past years, to bring attention to the Santa Clara Relay for Life, and it's happening at Franklin Square on May the 2nd. It is a community event where we try to make a difference. We try to create a positive change in the area of cancer research, early detection, and support services for those that are diagnosed with cancer. According to the CDC, cancer is the second leading cause of death in the United States, with nearly 2 million cases diagnosed each year and over 600,000 deaths. Most of us in this room have or will be impacted by cancer in some way or another. My wife lost both her parents to cancer. My mother-in-law passed away this past December. My wife spent the 4 weeks prior to my mother-in-law's passing at her house as a caregiver. It was a 24/7 job. And as a caregiver for someone that is dying, it is difficult, it is messy, it is sad. It is emotionally and physically taxing. It's a time where despair becomes a really prevalent part of life. But I like to think that what we do at the at the Relay for Life, is to take a moment to put despair to the side, to focus on hope. Relay for Life is about hope, hope for survival, hope for advancement in cancer treatment, hope for improved survival rates for us and for our descendants. So what is the Relay for Life? It is a fundraiser for the American Cancer Society, but it's not just a fundraiser. As I mentioned, it is about hope. There's a saying amongst the Relay for Life community: hope becomes real when a community comes together. Through community, we can affect change. This year, we are creating a space in the heart of Santa Clara where that can happen. A space for remembrance, a space for celebration, and a space for connection. Relay for Life brings together people, not just to raise funds, but to recognize survivors, honor those we have lost, and support families that are still in the fight. And that's what we will do on May the 2nd. But more specifically, we'll be there at Franklin Square, May 2nd from 2 to about 9:30 p.m. More specifics about our agenda are on our event site, which can be reached through a QR code, which I'll leave in the front if anyone would like that. Also, you can just Google Santa Clara Relay for Life. You would find our event page as well. Some of the highlights that we'll do throughout the day, we always open up with, basically the opening is about reminding folks, thanking folks for their contributions, but reminding folks of why we're there. We're there to recognize our mutual experiences and to support those that are survived. So we start off with a survivor lap. This year there'll also be a community fair with local businesses present. There'll be entertainment, as always, a survivor-specific program and with a meal involved. And if anyone who hears this has or knows a survivor that would like to attend, please register. The meal in a program is free. And they usually have a nice little keepsake as well. Throughout the day, another couple of things that I want to highlight. There's a Voice of Hope, which is a personal message from someone who has survived cancer. And then lastly, something that's always really important to me is the Luminaria ceremony, which is the end of the day. In the Luminaria ceremony, we recognize those we've lost and also support, again, those that are in the fight. This bag is a Luminaria bag. This particular bag is for George Minyaga. In loving memory of George Minyaga, a wonderful husband and father, you live on in our hearts. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't wish he had spent more time with us. So these are lit. Many people, we have hundreds we put out. Hundreds of people donate and make tributes, and we put these out and we light them in the evening. It's a very nice ceremony and a way to just remember and to remember the good times. Remember the good times. So lastly, I want to thank the council and the city of Santa Clara for your support this year and in past years. I think without that, we would not be able to do what we do. And we're going to continue to do what we do. We've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars in Santa Clara over the last several years, and we'll continue to add to that this year. And again, bring people together, remember who we've lost, and support those that are in the fight. Thank you very much.
First of all, thank you, Jonathan, and our condolences to you for your family members that you have recently lost there. Thank you for organizing the event every year and encouraging all our residents and colleagues to sign up for the event. Let me ask you, because we are having, I believe, our night market the same time.
Yeah, very close by.
Very, very close by, so I can see that them connecting together, especially for the Luminaria ceremony.
She reached out to us about that, and we will have a booth on the Friday evening.
Okay, to let people know, because I think there's going to be a lot of activity in the square area, and it'll bring more attention and hopefully raise more money for the event. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. And what's the website address? Do you have that?
Unfortunately, it's a longer.
Oh, is it a long one?
Website. It's not an easy, smart title. So if you Google Santa Clara Relay for Life, you'll find it. And
You'll
also,
find it.
I have a QR code with a URL. I'll leave that outside if anyone who's here would like to take.
Thank you. So we'll see you a week from Saturday.
Exact's coming up, yeah.
It's coming up. Thank you, Jonathan, so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for everything you do. Thank you. Okay, our next special order of business. The city is recognizing the Santa Clara Historic Home Tour. The home tour began in 1978 to showcase unique homes in Santa Clara to benefit local nonprofits. This year, the Santa Clara Historic Home Tour is giving back to 9 different local programs, including the Old Quad Residents Association, for their projects to preserve and promote the Old Quad neighborhood. Additional recipients, and you probably have them all down, so I'm not going to read them all, so I'll leave that to you. So thank you so much. If you'd like to introduce yourself, representing the Historic Home Tour, and we'd like to hear what you have to say.
I don't have much to say. My name is Carol Lucero, and I'm the co-chair for the home tour. And I want to thank you, Mayor, and the council members for acknowledging us. The Historic Home Tour has been an annual event in Santa Clara for over 45 years, sponsored by the Historic Preservation Society of Santa Clara, along with the Old Quad Residents Association. The purpose is to showcase unique homes in Santa Clara that benefit, and also to benefit some local nonprofits. The proceeds of the tour are being awarded to these organizations that promote either historic preservation in Santa Clara or have supported the home tour. So I have 9 checks that I'd like to give to people. Jonathan Evans, will you come up and accept a check from the Old Quad, for the Old Quad residents?
Maybe when you take your check, you can come up here, and then at the end, you can all have a picture together. Yes, come on up.
So Barbara Clark, come up and get one for the Santa Clara Fire Museum. You and your husband. That was an astonishing thing to have on the tour this year.
Oh, yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Everybody loves that.
Is Michael Stockwell here? I didn't see him. Well, he was supposed to be here to get one from the South Bay Historical Railroads Association, but we'll get it to him. How about Sandy Myers from the Santa Clara Women's Club? Yeah, it's actually a good check.
Kent's ready to
Take your
go
check.
for another
Take your
check, aren't you, Kent?
I don't want to have to hunt you down. Okay, Jennifer Herb from the Santa Clara Senior Center Health and Wellness Program. There's a check for you. How about Roz Emery? Please come up and get one for the Santa Clara Arts and Historical Consortium. Look at all this good money we're giving away. You're welcome. How about Jerry Campy? She's getting a check for the Santa Clara Art, Historical, and Genealogical Society. It's a mouthful. It is a mouthful. Couldn't these be shorter? Okay, Anna Vargas for the Santa Clara Parade of Champions. That one comes up a lot. You're welcome. And Sue Cosden is here for the Historic Preservation Society of Santa Clara. You're welcome. We'll take a picture and go home.
Short and sweet. Okay. All right, council, stand up. you. Yeah. Thank you for all your work promoting historic preservation and giving back to the city. And Councilmember Hardy would like to make some comments. Councilmember Hardy.
I will just say, I'm also on the committee, and we are looking for houses for next year's tour. So if you would like to be part of this wonderful tour and have people during the holiday season come through your house and ooh and ah over the wonderful things you've done with your historic decorations and architecture, please reach out. My city council, you can go ahead and use that email and I'll pass it on. But we would love to have some more wonderful houses because we love giving away. Everybody who works on this is a volunteer, and we do so much good work in the city that this is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all that. All right. For our final special order of business this evening, the city recognizes its partnership with the Silicon Valley Office of Protocol. With us this evening from the Office of Protocol, we have Chief of Protocol Deanna Tryon. Is Lainey here? Oh, she's not here this evening. Okay, Lainey Denzel, okay. And we're honored to have the chair of Silicon Valley Host Committee, Maryam Mudaroglu. I'm sure I said that wrong, Maryam. I apologize. The city recently executed a memorandum of understanding with the Silicon Valley Office of Protocol to support Santa Clara's efforts in welcoming the world during FIFA World Cup 2026. Hiring the Silicon Valley Protocol Office provides Santa Clara with a critical layer of professionalism, cultural fluency, and logistical precision as we welcome World Cup dignitaries from around the globe. Their expertise ensures that every interaction, from embassy coordination to ceremonial exchanges and VIP itineraries, is handled with the highest level of diplomatic respect and international standards, minimizing risks and avoiding missteps on our part. For a city on the world stage, this translates into seamless visits, stronger relationships with foreign delegations, and an elevated global reputation. In short, it allows Santa Clara to operate not just as a host city, but as a world-class diplomatic partner, maximizing both the immediate success of World Cup engagements and the long-term economic and cultural benefits that follow. So I'd like to now invite Chief of Protocol Deanna Tryon to the podium to say a few words. Deanna, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much, Mayor Gilmore. Hello, everyone. And I'd like to extend my gratitude first, but then I can't leave this podium without a flag discussion. So that has to come at the end. I'm going to earn my keep here. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, esteemed members of the City Council and city staff. And it's an honor to be here and speak right after cancer awareness and support and my passion, historic preservation. So this is a wonderful night to be here. Thank you. My name is Deanna Tryon, and I have served as Silicon Valley's Chief of Protocol since 2014, back when I didn't need my glasses. I'm joined here this evening by the chair of our Silicon Valley Host Committee and the former Chief of Protocol for San Francisco, Maryam Mudaroglu. It has been an honor for the Silicon Valley Office of Protocol to have supported the city of Santa Clara for the past 12 years. We are so pleased to have the opportunity to make it official with this no-fee MOU, and I think that's very important.
We love that, the no-fee MOU,
No
first
fee.
ever.
You now have an office, a protocol office of 7, very dedicated with no cost to the city or its taxpayers. So this MOU is between the City of Santa Clara and the Silicon Valley Office of Protocol just in time for the FIFA World Cup. We have enjoyed already bringing events to Santa Clara and making introductions to foreign nations and the diplomatic community to help elevate the city wherever we can. We value our responsibilities to the City of Santa Clara because we know how hard the mayor, the city council, and city staff work for all the residents of Santa Clara and the greater community. My mother was a local elected official here in the Bay Area, Barbara Tryon. now Barbara Covarrubias, married the Chief of Police of San Jose, and I know how hard you all are working, so I'll keep this brief, but I have a lot of respect for everything you're doing and the piles on your desks constantly. We've really enjoyed taking part in the Global Relations Subcommittee meetings with such an active and engaged citizenry here in Santa Clara, and we're looking forward to continuing that partnership. Santa Clara is a Bay Area success story, and we look forward to sharing your story with the world this year and beyond. I am personally very grateful to the City Manager's Office, Mayor Gilmore, and the City Council for trusting us to help in your important work. We stand ready to assist all of you whenever needed. Thank you so much. And my first order of business, the United States Flag Code. Okay, I can take off my glasses now. I can't do far and near at the same time. It's interesting. The United States Flag Code states that the United States flag should be to its own right, which is very confusing. It is really to the left. If you're facing it, the American flag should always be to the left. So I may come in here in the middle of the night and switch those flags, but
Might do it at intermission today.
but it's very important. And I just saw this at a Daughters of the American Revolution meeting. So this happens everywhere. Flag code says to its own right, but as you're facing it and in photos, it should always be on the left-hand side. So we'll make a little switch. But we're here for all of your questions as you're welcoming international visitors with flags, orders of precedence. We can provide briefing papers, gifting advice. This is the service that we provide to you, but also really making connections to the international community and the business community here in the Bay Area. So thank you all so much. This is a true honor.
Thank you, Deanna and Miriam. You've already helped us a lot, giving us advice on the visits that we've had so far. And I have to say, there's going to be a lot more in the next couple of months. So we're really going to rely on you so much. Thank you. Until we get our own Office of Protocol here in the city of Santa Clara, we will continue to rely on you. I'm going to ask if you both could come up, and maybe the council can come down and we can take a photo with you, just to memorialize this event. Thank you for coming, and we will talk soon. Thank you. But you're welcome to stay all night for the rest of the meeting. Thank you. Or at least until we move our flags. Okay. All right. Next item we have on the agenda is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless items are pulled for discussion. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'm going to abstain from the minutes of March 5th, 2026. That's item number 4A because I was not present for that council meeting. Then I would like to pull item 4I, which is the Parking Maintenance District 122 for Franklin Square, and 4J, the Parking Maintenance District 183 for the Convention Center.
Okay. Councilmember Cox.
I'd like to pull 4N, the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Clara and the Santa Clara Firefighters, International Association of Firefighters, Local 117, to approve corresponding update to the Unit 1 Classified Salary Plan and approve related budget amendment.
All right. Is there anyone else on the council? We also had a request from Kurt Vartan to pull 4E, which is action on a resolution to authorize an increase in the business license tax corresponding to an increase in the annual inflation rate effective July 1st, 2026. Is there any member of the public interested in pulling anything? All right. Council, Councilmember Hardy.
I'll make a motion to pass the rest of the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to pass the rest of the consent calendar, the balance of it, noting those items that are going to be pulled. Second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. Okey-dokey. Next, we have consent items pulled for discussion. We'll start with an item that I pulled last meeting or the meeting before?
Madam Mayor?
Remember? Oh, yes, go ahead, please.
Public presentations.
Oh, all right, I'm sorry. Public presentations. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a presentation? Noah, please come forward. And these are for items that are not on the agenda. Thank you. Welcome. Oh, here. Okay, go ahead now.
All right, I just wanted to say, so I'm the one who originally put in the request for the 030. I just wanted to say I'm disappointed that it didn't pass. I'm disappointed that there's, I guess I initially thought it was just about the downtown stuff, but as this is going on, I've started to realize it's a little more about public representation, being able to have members of the public bring up issues. This was just a vote on if something's going to be added to the agenda. And watching the discussions both times about it, seemed like there's a lot of discussion about the actual subject matter rather than just whether or not it was worthy of being discussed. And I think that sort of proves that it is worthy of being discussed, but it isn't going to be discussed because it didn't pass. This started with in March with the DCTF meeting I went to, and I noticed a lot of issues with the consultant group. They were making mistakes that I wouldn't think a consultant group would make. I don't know financial stuff, but even I called out a big mistake where they just wrote off a huge portion of the downtown project based on an assumption that I knew personally wasn't true, which was they assumed a certain part wouldn't be developed, and I knew that wasn't the case. But they just assumed it and put it in there. And just things like that, it makes the public question how the whole RFP process is going, question how the city chooses consultants in the first place. And we really wanted that to be discussed. And it's unfortunate that it's not going to be discussed maybe for some time. That's just how it is. So thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Anyone else? Please come forward. Welcome.
Anthony Becker. I will also be having time donated to me from my husband Abel.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. Former council member Anthony Becker here. I've been coming to the last few council meetings with the goal of agendizing an item. That was February 10th. We are now at April 21st. This council nor the city manager has taken no action on something that has considerable concern about the city council and public trust. I had asked the council and city manager to take action by putting an item on the agenda addressing a real investigation into the May 7, 2024 FIFA disclosure that appeared days later in the San Francisco Chronicle. At the time, I raised serious concerns with the city manager about the integrity of that investigation and whether it deliberately avoided looking at everyone who was present in that room, including the council members. When I pressed for answers to the city manager via emails, then in person, as to why the city employees, he said to me, "You know she's just going to lie," referring to the mayor, Lisa Gilmore. From that, I had interpreted that the city manager was that the reason we are ignoring this? Fear that she would lie? This is nothing against the city manager because I feel he is just put in a very tough situation because of the powers that be. However, it is his responsibility, the city attorney's responsibility, and this council holding all those accountable, correct? Since then, silence. Nothing to say about it, and I don't see this council doing anything about it anytime soon, out of fear and I think red tape. The issue I have brought before all of you has received the same type of silence as the mayor's ethics advisor injecting meth with one of my friends and asking my judge to put me in jail. The same silence as a non-legitimate nonprofit and that is committing dark money violations. The same type of silence as Kathy Watanabe's own legal criminal mishaps, and the same silence as the district attorney who is too busy campaigning for re-election and referencing the mayor's blog and his campaign website about me, all while ignoring his own friends' Brown Act violations and substance abuse and prescription of pad abuse. All this also while the mayor's blogger is silent for me being here, and the reason is because it instead focuses on ketamine sting conspiracies of a former assembly member and I, rather than the actual issue at hand. Not to say the ketamine situation isn't serious. A crime was committed by this body, and I called out the phony investigation, and its entire focus was only on the city employees was absolutely questionable. Even though statements and circumstances suggested this disclosure may have come from the dais and not an employee. I have been blowing the whistle for years about all of this. However, it seems more and more like I was using a dog whistle because no one can hear or acknowledge what I've been saying or what I know. Or in simpler terms, maybe people just choose not to acknowledge it. I have many others and myself have so many other questions. So to the city council, I hope that staff members are not trying to talk you out of this or making excuses of some technicalities or confidential protocol. The cat's already out of the bag, to the San Francisco Chronicle. Something happened. Now there needs to be action, right? Councilmember Janes stated publicly he wondered who disclosed the FIFA information and so much, much more. To staff, I truly hope that you are not being pressured by those with power and by those with councilmatic tendencies, trying to force you to not look into this and holding someone accountable. I know there is a thumb tipping the balance in this city, and has been for years. I know how staff has been treated in the past, and then has been projected onto myself and members of this city council, and it was never we were the issue. However, nothing happens and accountability continues to be ignored. So I ask again and again and again, did we, the city of Santa Clara, spend taxpayer money on a phony investigation that was never intended to uncover the truth? Are we selectively applying accountability? Are potential Brown Act violations being ignored? And are we protecting one person and diverting transparency? This public and this community deserves clarity. City employees deserve that fairness, and this council owes that community the transparency. So again, formally requesting for the 6th time, and will continue to request this item, as to the investigation and disclosure of the FIFA information on May 7, 2024 that ended up in the San Francisco Chronicle days later. I ask that this be agendized for the public discussion and that can result in a truly independent investigation with authority to examine everyone who was present in that closed session and the events that followed. I know that many of you probably won't do this. I don't see this happening as many people predicted. So, I hope you prove me wrong on that. But it comes down to it's no exceptions. Accountability, right? Public trust, right? We've been talking about that for years, correct? So city council, city manager, this is a no-brainer. Do the right thing. Don't be afraid of those with power. Until that happens, and as I said many, many times before, this issue remains unresolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Donna, go ahead, Donna, you're online.
Good evening. Hi, Mayor Gilmore. Hello?
Hello, yes, we can hear you, Donna, go ahead.
Good evening. Hi, Mayor Gilmore and council members. I'm deeply saddened and regret the council voted against the downtown project tonight and the citizens and ignored what the item was actually about. I have the actual words from the 030, and the maker of the motion, Noah McDonald, was sitting in the audience and not called upon. This is not a personal issue. The downtown project should be on every agenda going forward, as Mark Kelsey stated. We want our downtown. Please, no more delays. Please include the downtown project and understand what this item was about. I do have the words, so thank you, but I'm saddened that this has happened.
Thank you, Donna. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I know everybody's depressed about the downtown issue and the delays with that. It's also with the Uptown related project. We've had so many delays with that, and I thought there was going to be something about manufacturing going on, and it was supposed to be sometime early this year, but we haven't heard anything yet on that either. From what I understand, that has to be completed before they even start on the retail, restaurant, hotel phase of the project just north of Levi Stadium. The way things are going now, it makes you wonder if in another 10 years, the next Super Bowl, if we will even have the retail restaurant phase completed with the delays that have been going on with, unfortunately, the downtown and uptown project. I know you have an economic development committee, and that's something I think that should be brought up in that committee about the downtown, uptown, and the delays, and if especially with the uptown, if the related people can be contacted, and is there a deadline to where they have to get things completed, or if there is a deadline, can somebody else step in and do the project and complete the project if the related company won't do it? OC Vibe in Orange County, they've got things going on over there, and I think they're already starting to build something similar to what's happening or supposed to be happening over here, over by Angels Stadium there in Anaheim. They're already starting. So I don't know what it is. They complain about how the economy's not that good, but why is the OC Vibe project starting in? But yet we can't get the related project going. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Edward. Next is number 2669. 2669. Please unmute yourself. Hello? Oh, lowered the hand. Okay. Anybody else have any comments from the public? All right, Councilmember Park, your light's on.
Yeah, so I want to talk to the city attorney. I know that I submitted a request, and you responded yesterday, but I submitted a request a week ago today, where I ask about updates to the public on things that have been requested. My question was, how do we update the public on status outside of full or even summary disclosures? The fact that the public has requested this information without knowing that some of the investigations were complete is an ongoing issue that only looks worse with council and city silence. And I will not talk about anything else in that, but I just want to know what we can disclose. And you suggested we have an 030, but at the same time, I feel like these kinds of disclosures for information the public has requested should not require an 030 for a response.
Madam Mayor.
City Attorney.
Appreciate the question. Since this item has come up and brought up by the public on the agenda, Councilmember Park, you could ask for the council to refer the item for a future agenda, with obviously not discussing the substance of the item. You could also submit a formal 030 where we could discuss as the 030 policy contemplates, right, the specifics, of your requests and any kind of issues there might be on how that item would be agendized and what might be appropriate for the public given the sensitive nature of it. So those are your options. Since the item was brought up, by the public, it could be a referral based on the issue that the public's been brought up, or based on the information that I've provided you, it could be a 030 formally submitted and discussed with the city attorney and city manager before it actually goes on an agenda.
Understood, and I understand that the referrals, how the referrals work. I would think that anytime a public member comes up and asks a question that can be resolved by executive staff, that the referral would be, it would be done by default. But that and the fact that council members have asked this, I would think that, again, having to put a formal 030 in seems a little bit more effort than I think is necessary for an important issue that the public has been asking for the last couple of months. I am not against doing the 030. I will bring the 030 up likely after talking to you about this. But at the same time, I mean, we've had this issue. You've known this information for quite a while. We've known this information for quite a while. There's been requests in. I would have thought that there would be a little bit more action than simply a note of that we could refer this to council at the public meeting.
Yeah, as you know, we've provided a fair amount of information on this with options for council, and I think I've outlined them accurately for you tonight.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else online. Okay, very good. We're going to move ahead. Consent items pulled for discussion. This is an item that I pulled back when, I think April 7th, apparently. Action on the 2026 City Council Priority Setting Session Framework. I don't know if staff wanted to give a report, a short report on this?
Yes.
Short report?
Maria Lay,
Thank you,
Assistant to
Maria.
the City Manager, will provide a brief presentation.
Thank you so much. So the public knows what we're talking about.
I'll try to
Thank
keep
you.
it short. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Maria Lett, Assistant to the City Manager. I'm going to provide a brief overview on Item 5, action on the 2026 Priority Setting Session for the proposed framework for your review and consideration. As background, on an annual basis, the council convenes for their priority setting session to identify priorities and initiatives for the upcoming year. In 2024 and 2025, the council priority setting sessions were facilitated by the consultant, Ralph Tellis. The last priority setting session was held on April 3rd, 2025 at Central Park Library. Typically, the council priority setting sessions are held in the February-March timeframe. However, given the significant staff time dedicated to the 2026 major event planning for this year, the city has scheduled the priority setting session for this year next month in May. At the Governance and Ethics Committee meeting on March 30th, 2026, staff presented a proposed framework for the 2026 session and also discussed the framework for the ongoing annual process. As mentioned, due to staff capacity and to maintain continuity in the process, staff also recommended retaining Ralph Tellis as the facilitator for the 2026 sessions. This next slide illustrates the components for the 2026 priority setting session presented by staff. The 2026 process will include a status on the update for your 2025 and 2026 priorities. Staff is currently finalizing a summary report to provide to the City Council in coming weeks prior to your May session. The session will also include a budget update. As in past sessions, we will have at least 3 sections for public comment throughout the day. The facilitator will also conduct the priority setting exercise for council to identify any top or new priorities. And staff is also recommending a conflict resolution training to be provided to the council. This was part of the June 2024 Santa Clara Civil Grand Jury Report titled Irreconcilable Differences, which recommended the city hire a conflict resolution professional to provide training to council. At this time, staff has reached out to some consultants, but we have not yet been able to secure one for the training. So there may be an RFP process to schedule that training at a future date as needed. Staff has also been exploring an option for a dashboard. This would be available on the city website with the intent to display the progress, the budget, the timeline of each priority, and allow the public and council to see the ongoing progress. The next two tables provides the committees, the Governance and Ethics Committee's proposed framework. They had a robust discussion on what worked well in the past and provided feedback on the framework for priority sessions for the future. The second column here shows the proposed annual priority setting session framework moving forward. And the last column shows a framework proposed for this year's 2026 session. We recognize that it's an expedited timeline for 2026. So please note that the bolded blue text shown here are recommendations from the committee. For the forum, for the annual process, the suggestion was to hold a retreat with multi-day breakout sessions. And for the schedule, committee members recommended the priority setting sessions align with the city's budget process. With that, committee members also recommended that moving forward, priority settings be held early in the calendar year in January, again, to align with the city's budget process, which is usually in May and June. For 2026, we are proposing the first session in May. We're currently exploring dates. The first session would be staff-led with no consultant, and city departments would use this session to share the progress on your existing priorities. For 2026, the second session, which is already on council calendars, is for May 27th, 2026. This session would be held with a consultant where they would then facilitate the session to identify any new council priorities. And for 2026, if necessary, there could be a third session in July or June timeframe if necessary. The committee also recommended that at least one session was held from afternoon into the evening. For May 27th, we're hoping to schedule tentatively from 1 p.m. to perhaps 8 p.m. in the evening. Community engagement is a very critical part of the priority setting session. So the committee recommended for the annual process that there's a scientific survey to collect data from a sample to get feedback from the community on their priorities. The committee recommended a process to allow city commissions, boards, and committees to submit their top priorities, 1 or 2 priorities for consideration, and this could be done at their board meetings and approved. And as a past practice, the sessions would include several public comment periods. We've typically had 3 or so throughout the day. As in the past, the sessions would also be a hybrid option in person and also on Zoom. And for 2026, due to the timing, we are exploring survey options with a past consultant that we used in 2024, EMC Research. So we are having discussions to see if we could put together some survey options for this year. In addition, for 2026, due to the timing, we would send a survey to the members of the city boards, commissions, and committee members just to provide feedback on their priorities, just due to the expedited timeline. And then for this table, council priorities, we would also have council members submit priorities in advance, 3 weeks from the session. This would give an opportunity for staff to analyze some of the priorities prior to your session and identify any budget issues or challenges. These 2 other bullets were committee recommendations to allow at least 1 priority per council member to be on the final list. And also the suggestion to have final priorities ranked by city council. And for the facilitator, the request was to have a pre-session meeting with each council member. This has been done in the past. So we would have the consultant schedule some one-on-one meetings with each council member prior to the session. And as far as reporting, as mentioned, we are hoping to get a dashboard together for this coming year to track priorities and status, and also have a 6-month check-in where we would provide a summary report to council. The other item that was discussed at the committee was old priorities. As mentioned, staff would provide an update on all the ongoing priorities that have been completed and that continue and are underway. And also there was a comment from committee members to distribute the list from the 2024 council priority session, because there was a matrix of priorities that were listed there. And that would be an opportunity for a council member to identify a past priority if they want to bring it forth for consideration. And so with that, we have a recommendation for the council to approve the council priority setting session framework and also for the 2026 session. And I can take any questions at this time.
Questions from anyone before I make comments? All right. Thank you, Maria. Appreciate that. So I personally don't support this multi-retreat, multi-process for priority setting for this year. We are already out of alignment with our budget cycle. We missed it. And priority setting is supposed to inform the budget, not follow it. At this point in the year, much work has already been underway by our staff, which raises a very real question about whether this process will actually drive decisions or simply document them after the fact. I also want to be mindful of the reality of our workload right now, not just for the council, but for our city staff. Our staff is still heavily engaged in 2026 activities, including FIFA World Cup preparations, finishing off Super Bowl responsibilities, and the many community events that we intend to deliver in the next few months. So, and we're doing that for our residents. So their time is not unlimited. And if you look, and we're short-staffed in many departments right now, so we shouldn't be creating additional layers of a process that will not produce clear, actionable outcomes. I mean, we're looking at going back to 2024 priorities. That's not productive. And candidly, multiple retreats and meetings are not practical for all members of the city council, particularly those who are employed and balancing professional responsibilities. We should be respectful of that, and this process is not. We can't afford to meet just to meet. That's not pragmatic, it's not professional. If we're gonna invest in time in a priority setting process, it needs to be disciplined, focused, and tied directly to results. And having one priority per council member on the final list, that's not, I don't know where that came from, but that's taking a priority that could be off the charts and saying, yes, we're gonna put it on the final. That makes no sense to anyone. At the end of the day, we should not be running a multi-meeting process that consumes time and resources without a clear connection to budget and results. If we're going to set priorities, we should do it well and tie it directly to action. And any priorities that we would set now could possibly be tied to mid-year budget, but that would still mean that our staff would have to set aside all the things they're doing right now, which they're absolutely swamped, and to do what? Have 6, 7, 8 meetings all day long to talk about what? I mean, if we're gonna do something, I would support a streamlined one-day process focused on a limited number of citywide priorities with a direct connection to our mid-year budget adjustments and implementation. We have a date set. We should bring the consultant in and talk about that. What can we actually get done? But this process that's mentioned, maybe if you want to start it in January for next year, that might make sense, but it doesn't make sense when we're following our budget this year. So I just can't support the way it's presented. Councilmember Jane.
So the Governance and Ethics Committee considered this, being that this would be late in the process. And so $2 million is set aside for council priorities mid-year. The issue is that we are elected for a reason. We're supposed to provide vision for the staff, and that is the point of council priority setting sessions. Sunnyvale, each council member suggests 3 priorities that they want. We didn't have a real priority setting session in 2025 because the only priority was to make FIFA and Super Bowl successful. And so that's why we're going back to 2024, when we had a process with green dots and red dots and council suggestions. And in that process, I had a number of suggestions, and the red dots were like vetoes, and I watched the mayor put red dots on every one of my ideas at that session. So it's interesting that she doesn't want the individual priorities of council members to be available, which is why, exactly for that reason, we said that every council member should have one of their top ideas be represented as a priority in the coming year. And I like this process. Every other council has priority setting sessions, and it should be done earlier in the year to inform the budget process. This year, we are so focused on, and this is actually part of the reason why I voted against the stadium. The stadium has distracted us. It basically derailed the priority setting session for 2025. Now the mayor wants to derail that for 2026. I think that we need to continue to do the people's business regardless of these big activities, these big events that we're planning. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox.
I clearly didn't do enough homework on this. I did not realize this was a multi-day thing, so thank you for bringing that to the attention. I am absolutely supportive of a priority setting. I think it's necessary, and I think, as Councilmember Jane said, we have a responsibility to cast vision. I do wonder if in the report that's going to come out about our successes in this year, we will see if there was any return of investment on that one-day thing. I think I went into it quite naively, thinking it would be a collaborative event. But what I've seen so far is that the priorities that were brought up downtown, the parking, have kind of been mishandled, and they actually have caused more confusion in council, it looks like, than they've actually made progress. And so I'd like to understand how our priority setting actually implements into real things, because I don't know if what we're doing is just the cause of, like, the case or the course of business on a week-by-week basis. But again, I do hear both points, and I would agree that a multi-day session would be much more beneficial if started at the beginning of the year to inform budget decisions, and then planned out throughout the year with routine follow-up. This seems like putting a lot in at the end when in January, again, we're just going to be starting right over. So now that I look at it, the timing doesn't make sense. But that's not to say I don't support priority setting. I think that we need to make it a much smaller mission this year in light of the fact that we do have these huge events coming up.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I would concur with Councilmember Jane that this is important, and the reality is we need to, as council members, focus our priorities. And I know I came up with one, and recognizing that we have limited, but I think it's important that we work together and come up with our priorities, and I will support going forward with this priority setting session framework. Thank you.
I want to say that my words have been, of course, mistaken for other things as they normally are, but I'm not against priority setting. I can't afford multi-day because I have a job, another job, and I want it to be productive. And if we have the multi-day, I'll be happy to come on the day where we're actually setting the priorities, but it's not productive the way it's been laid out for the way this council operates. I can see that clearly. So I'll be happy to participate when we're actually setting priorities, but understanding, even if we do set priorities, more than likely because of where our city is, and you can't ignore the fact that we are in the middle of getting ready to prepare for World Cup. You cannot ignore that fact that our staff is busy right now just operating the city and running other things. And that's why we didn't put a lot of priorities for this year. So anything going forward has to be respectful of that. But if you're going to take our staff into, 3, 4 meetings, 5 meetings, all day long meetings, and then they have to prepare for all that, and then we're coming out, this is the first I've heard that there's $2 million to spend. That could be eaten up quite quickly with 1 or 2 priorities. So I think it's fine. I just think that we have to be respectful of those of us that have employment. We have to be respectful of our staff, and let's actually have priority setting that is meaningful and that makes sense and works for us for this year. Come January of next year, this very long process could most possibly work. But right now, we're a half a year into it with a global event, by the way, coming forward. So I just think we have to think about this smartly and understand the capacity that this city has at the moment. Councilmember Park.
So I also share the concerns about timing. I also share the concerns about schedule. But, I mean, the reality is, if we look at my tenure here, we had one priority setting session in 2021. We had a full process. We had a consultant. We had council member interviews. We had discussion about the priorities, and we wrote them all down. In 2022, and we discussed them here, and we talked about what we wanted to do. In 2022, we ostensibly started on the same process, but there were no interviews. We never talked to the consultant again. In fact, we had a lot of things that were brought to us even before we had a chance to discuss them. For example, ballot measures. The city manager had come up with an idea of, these are the ballot measures we'd like to consider, and council was not. I don't recall ever being questioned or asked my opinion on that. And it was aborted mid-process. 2023, we didn't have a priority setting session. I mean, the statement that was made to me is, we'd like to wait for executive staff to come on board. And my response was, well, rather than have executive staff come on board and try to come up to speed, and while we're doing priorities, why don't we have a priority setting session? The priority setting session doesn't require executive staff to be fully engaged, and we could update them on where we were, what the results of the priority setting session were. But we decided in 2023 not to have a priority setting session. In 2024, we had a consultant. I believe this is when Reftelis was first introduced. We made a list of priorities. Again, there was a few talks with the consultants, but no real interviews, no real discussion on the priorities other than, here's what the priorities are, or here's what we'd like to put on the list. And it ended almost a half day early. I mean, confusing a lot of people, including the public. We went back to our seats where I thought we had 2 to 3 hours left in the day on the schedule, and I thought we were going to discuss priorities. This is what priority setting is. It's the setting and discussion of priorities. And instead, it was over. It was done. And in 2025, last year, it was not a priority setting session at all. It was, in fact, it was just a report of where the city was on previous priorities. And some of the priorities that were there in 2024 were removed. I mean, they were not on the priority list at all. And I asked about this afterwards, and they said, well, there was some filter applied afterwards, and priorities that did not make the cut were just dropped. And I said, well, there was no discussion on this. In fact, I didn't even know that was the process. They said, well, we told you that the priorities would be changed. There was no voting on priorities other than people putting dots on. And that was a kind of a process in futility, because people put red dots on the things on other people's priorities that they didn't want, and then you had to put green dots on them just to make them, cancel out the red dots. I had no idea what the expectation was on this. If something had 3 red dots and 2 green dots, does that mean that was removed? I have no idea what this was. And I think that when we have a priority setting process, for the people that are involved to not know how the outcomes will be determined and what to do, this is a really bad process. And for the public to come to the council members and say, what just happened? Does that mean that this is a priority? Does that mean that this made it? And for the council members to have to answer, I have no idea. It's not just about the multi-day, I mean, the fact that we have a lot of things to do this year is unfortunate. Actually, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. But we have not set priorities for almost my entire tenure as a council member here. And, it almost seems like it's on purpose. I feel that when people are suggesting, well, I don't think we should have a wide and overarching priority setting. I don't think that council members should have individual priorities put on. I don't think that, that the discussion of priorities is important to the setting of priorities. I think that this is how we get to a city with no direction, because there are no discussions of priorities. There's no way for me to say to any of the other council members, hey, this is a priority of mine, and this is why I think it's a priority, and then discuss. I mean, that's what priority setting is. So I am fully supportive of this, and how many days it takes, I mean, reality is, there are a lot of people that have things to do. I always say that we're part of the working class, not just have a full-time job, because I don't own my own, my parents never gifted me a business. But the reality is, whatever it takes to get the work of the city done, we need to do. We had a really big discussion on full-time councils, and the reason I want a full-time council is not for the money, but it's so that council members have no excuse for saying we don't have, though this is very much on topic, have no excuse to say we don't have the time to set priorities for this city. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a question for staff. I know that staff is really impacted, and this came out of basically the governance and ethics, but does staff feel that they have the time to be able to do this? Obviously, I know we're stretched very thin this year, but I believe it's important for a priority session. So I'm not sure if we can do it. If staff feels that they can do it within the timeline that we have here, I still think it's meaningful. It might be a little bit shortened, as far as our normal process, and later in that process as far as how it can really impact the budget, which is a representation of our values. But if staff feels that they can survive this other, this in light of the ongoing events and things that we're planning, and we just had a great event 2 days ago. So, I don't know if staff has looked at this and if they're good with it.
So I'll speak on that item. So we are prepared to make this happen. We will have to coordinate very closely with the departments to make sure that we receive information from them. The idea had been for the first session is to have departments provide their list of accomplishments for this fiscal year, as well as projects that they'll be working on in the next fiscal year. So that does require some coordination, so we would work with the departments to get that information. The second session, before the second session, each of you would need to allocate some time with the consultant to meet with them individually to give your feedback, so they can frame the second session. So that would require a commitment from each of you to schedule that time with Nancy, the consultant. And for the session on the 27th, we have placed a hold in a location, and we're working with IT now to make sure that the proper equipment is available to be able to have the session in person as well as by Zoom. The third session is there as a placeholder. It really is going to depend on the outcome of the second session and whether or not that's needed. But those are the 3 dates that are proposed. The one thing I will say that may be difficult but important that the committee referenced is the survey. So we have, as Maria mentioned, we have a vendor that we've used in the past. They are available to provide it. If we only have one session, there may not be time to report out on that. What we could do as an alternative is if the decision is that it's only 1 day, then we could send a report to council with the findings. That's an alternative if it's limited to just 1 day.
So this isn't really about just more meetings, it's about whether or not those meetings can be meaningful. And we come up with productive and reasonable priorities. And by the time we're done with this, we're going to turn around and do it again in January or February. So I just want this council to be mindful. I see where it's going, but I just want them to be mindful. And I guess we can participate in this as we're available. And because I can see the whole first day, we'll just be hearing from each department. And we've done that before, heard from each department about where they are. So it's just the departments do have to prepare for that. So anyways, all right. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? I'm going to move this along. Okay, seeing none. Somebody? Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion second for the recommendation. When you're ready, clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. All right, next item, consent items pulled for discussion. Is Kurt Vartan here? Item 4E. He sent something to ask us to pull that for discussion. Could we have a little, a staff report on 4E? Since it's pulled. This is on the business tax. Oh, let me read it, I'm sorry. Action on a resolution to authorize an increase in the business license tax corresponding to an increase in the annual inflation rate effective July 1st, 2026. City Manager?
Yes. So on April 17th, we received an email from Kirk Vartan, and he requested that this item be pulled. He has expressed some concerns with the rate that's being proposed, especially for businesses, for small businesses, and he's recommending that there be an alternative solution for small businesses.
Okay, Ken?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Honorable City Council. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I could say a few words about the item before you. This is an annual increase that was included in the voter-approved November 2022 modernization of the business tax. This applies a CPI, or Consumer Price Index, adjustment to the business tax effective July 1st. As part of that ballot measure, a CPI or an escalator was an important component of that measure to keep up with kind of the buying power of the revenues that are received. And so the item before you would allow us to enact that for July 1st and in accordance with our city code as well as what was approved by the voters. That concludes my comments. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I have a number of questions. The first is, what was the inflation rate for this past year? And the second question is, how much money will be raised for the city from this tax? I think I read it's $150,000, which is more than the subsidy for the youth park fees. So it would actually cover those youth park fees. This money goes into the general fund, right? And the general fund pays for all of our employees' salary increases. Do you have any sense of what salary increases were for the various bargaining units that have concluded this year? Just roughly. You don't need to give every one of them, you know. I know we have fire is going to be on the session. Maybe you could talk about fire this today, what that item was. And so I believe that the increase will be $2.37 per employee for the whole year, which is half a cup of coffee. So I'm trying to understand why this is such a hardship for some businesses.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. If I remember right, and please correct me, Steph, if I'm wrong, but this was Measure H, and this was approved by the voters, and the big concern was our employee tax had not been updated in 30 years. So that's why this rider was put in there, and that's why this is part of that which was passed by our residents. Thank you.
So this was a, Councilmember Cox. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was late. I lost my train of thought. So again, looking at this and doing some math on it, again, if we look at the cap, one of the things I was concerned about was that it was disproportionately benefiting our really big businesses. But when I did the math on that, I mean, you have to be above 7,777 employees to max out at the rate that we're charging per head here. And I don't think we have many businesses that are doing that. But I do think that in Kirk's request, he said, you know, looking at other options. So it's one thing to throw numbers and say that these rates are fair. It's another to recognize in Silicon Valley, it's really hard for small businesses to get started and stay in business. I know if you look over the turnover on Stevens Creek in my district, they really are struggling. And so I know I had talked to Rena a bit about kind of developing perhaps a small business coalition, or looking at some of the things that we could do, because this is general fund money. Again, when I do the math, and you know, the resident might be mad at me about this, but you're right, I don't think that this is a huge tax, but I think overall in Silicon Valley, it is really hard. And you know, I look to our Chamber of Commerce and stuff to come in and create these solutions for us. And since I've been here, I haven't heard us really discussing ways to incentivize small businesses. And looking up some of the ones nearby, you know, San Francisco will do the first year free on fees. Emeryville targets restaurants and places of retail that are going to enhance the culture of their city. I think when we parallel that with what's going on in downtown, we do have an opportunity to say, let's invest in this in a different way. So I don't think the ask was just, hey, throw out this business tax, make it more. It's what are we actively doing? And I think that's a call for action there. So I would like to follow up, or have the city be directed to follow up about what they intend to do with a small business group through Director Brio's position now, as I kind of understand, it's an ombudsman. So I think that would be valuable.
Thank you. And I understand that the CPI adjustment was approved by the voters in Measure H, and I respect that framework. I don't think there's much we can do with that. At the same time, I want to be clear, our small businesses are struggling, especially in retail and restaurants, and they are still under all kinds of economic pressure. And this is just another, you know, pressure point for them. But while this increase might appear, you know, small or modest, all these costs add up for them. You know, we have our fee schedule coming up. All those costs, they start adding up. So we have to be mindful of the cumulative impact. So I'll support this tonight because I'm not sure we have any other option to do that. But I'd like to pair it with some kind of direction that we come back with options, especially focused on small business, whether it's some kind of fee offsets or targeted programs or other strategies that ensure we're not unintentionally adding to the burden of our local businesses. Supporting that business community and maintaining our fiscal responsibility are not mutually exclusive, and we should be doing both. So that's my position on that. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, it's interesting hearing that it's a CPI adjustment. It's $2.47 or something like that. And I appreciate the mayor saying that our small businesses are struggling, and even though the fees may look small or modest, that people are having problems. And I really want this kind of talk when we have rates and rate increases discussed which far exceed CPI. I've talked about this every single time, and these aren't businesses that can make more that can make more money. When we talk about rates for residents, we are often talking to people about people who are on fixed incomes. And any time that you've got a rate that increases faster than CPI, larger than CPI, we're taking money away from other parts of where they could be using it. And so I appreciate the discussion that you had, and I'd love to continue this discussion when it affects the residents even more. I do know that we have waived or reduced fees for small business. We have small business programs. I think we discussed this when we first passed the business license tax, so I think that's something maybe the director could talk about. And again, if people are struggling, we should hear about that, and we should know that. At the same time, the CPI continues. It goes up, and we have to make sure that our business license tax that we voted on continues to be useful 10 years, 20 years down the line. I mean, as Councilmember Hardy mentioned, that we hadn't updated that tax in decades, and that was one of the reasons why not only we were losing money, losing potential cash, but we had no way forward to increase fees as our costs increase. As all the expenses around the city were increasing, our business license tax was fixed. So I think that this is a good thing going forward. I do understand that people are struggling. Yeah, what can we do here?
Thank you. Ken, I think that's it for, there's a lot of comments in there, but I think there was a question or two.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for the questions, and I'll just go through them and provide some comments as well. Councilmember Jane asked, what was the inflation rate? How much would be generated? And so the inflation rate, just by the index we've been using, is 2.5%, would generate $150,000. These are general fund dollars, so they're general purpose used for the city services that you see out in the public, parks, police, fire, libraries. Salary increases, I know they've ranged from anywhere from 3 to 5%, and including other modifications to benefits. So this 2.5% is under kind of the cost of at least the increases for our city services or city staff. So very important to keep up with the pace of the cost of the growth of our expenses. Councilmember Hardy mentioned this was part of Measure H. I do want to just add some points around Measure H. I was involved with kind of a team of city employees that did a lot of outreach to our businesses to hear what values were necessary and incorporated in that. And so, the portion of that measure that included a CPI was an important factor just in light of the financial shortfalls we were having and to keep up with that cost of living adjustment. Councilmember Park and Councilmember Cox and Mayor, you mentioned kind of the value of our small businesses, and I know that as part of that ballot measure, some of the feedback that we did receive from our small businesses was very important, and that value continues, and we've heard that feedback last week on the municipal fee schedule. We did include a subsidy of small business license tax in that first year of implementation. We had some dollars set aside. The council did approve that to kind of ease that burden and ease that transition into the modernization. And that's something, I think, with the feedback from Councilmember Cox and talking to Rena on the municipal fees, as we look ahead to the budget process with the upcoming budget on the May 1st release in roughly a week, we do have resources allocated to help small businesses, to help them at least through the development process. We know that small businesses, whether it's a business tax, whether it's a municipal fee, and also a business starting up, both costs in terms of fees as well as time it takes to get through the development review process and start that business. Those are all costs that are important, and so we're working very closely with Ms. Brio and our economic development director on what's a comprehensive approach towards small businesses, not maybe the one-off where we have limited options for the business tax, but what are the true needs for our small businesses? What's a strategy and a work plan around that, and working with her on developing recommendations in our budget for resources to help address that. So that will be forthcoming as part of the May 1 budget discussions, but we hear you in terms of the feedback on the value of our small businesses, and we'll look toward a collective approach on helping out small businesses. And then as far as options, you know, I talked with our city attorney. It really, I think, this is a tax that was approved by the voters, and so we are implementing the terms of that voter-approved measure, and so I think our options are limited. And so that's why before you we have this annual adjustment. I don't know if Glenn, you have any additional comments on options, but.
Yeah, just one minor additional comment to that. Director Lee accurately describes our conversation, but a nuance to it. There is built into the act that was approved by the voters this discretion on the extent to which you can apply the CPI increase. It's up to a maximum. You don't have to apply any, but you can't exceed that maximum. But the structure of the tax in terms of it applying to all businesses is really something you couldn't just modify as a matter of city council discretion. I think Mr. Vartan was suggesting as one possible option, not imposing the tax on businesses smaller than 50 employees. In my view, that's not something that would be left to the discretion of the council, because the tax approved by the voter doesn't allow for that structure and flexibility where it does in other areas.
I didn't
Thank you, Madam
think
Mayor.
anyone was proposing that anyway, so.
Yeah, the Mr. Vartan was, so I just wanted to be straight to that. Yep, very.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ken. Is there any member of the public wanting to speak on this issue? Do we have anyone online? No? Anybody here? All right, Councilmember Jane?
Make a motion to approve staff's recommendation of 2.5%.
Okay, we have a motion, staff recommendation. And a second. Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. All right, the next item pulled for discussion from consent is item number 4I. That's action on a resolution of intention for Parking Maintenance District 122 Franklin Square. I'll be recusing myself on this issue. Vice Mayor, if you'd like to come forward. My office is in the Franklin Mall.
All right, so we'll deal with item 4I, action on a resolution for intention of Park Maintenance District number 122, Franklin Square. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I had a number of questions. So in the staff report, they're talking about the use of general fund money and the use of this fund that has been contributed to for capital expenses. But a couple of weeks ago, I got an email from Reshma Nair, who is the owner, co-founder of Jalsa Catering and also the restaurant Jasin. And she said, I want to flag that the parking lot lights are currently off and may need replacement. Would you be able to guide us on the appropriate team to reach out to? So I sent this email to staff, and in the report, I'm pleased that staff says here in the report, in fiscal year 2027,
26-27, staff will be updating parking lot and associated walkway lighting to LEDs. The final fiscal year 2026-27 expenditure budget includes $87,000 for exceptional maintenance and improvements. The total PMD 122 fiscal year 26-27 budget is $230,000, and yeah, it includes both routine maintenance and exceptional maintenance. So I believe for this year, the request is that from our general fund, that the routine maintenance operation will be $143,000, which is $3,000 above the fiscal year 2026-27 expenditure budget. So this is money coming out from the general fund. I've questioned this many times. Previous to 2002, the business owners contributed 75% of the general maintenance and operations, but after 2022, there was a vote and they decided they weren't going to contribute anything. So the city is left bearing the whole cost of that. So my question is, the Franklin Mall, has a lot of restaurants that are frequented at nighttime, and I would love to see stronger lighting there to make sure that it's safer. Just with more lighting there, will this increase the lighting level in the Franklin Mall? And I know that this is being paid for by the $14,200 that's contributed by the businesses for the capital expenses. So I wanted to understand what the actual update to the parking lot is and the walkway lighting. And then I'd raised this question earlier about whether we could use this capital expense to improve the fountains there, or to put in a public restroom for the attendees of the farmers market. So are those under consideration, or how would we move that forward? So those are my questions.
Councilmember Jane, we do have Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works, who's available to answer your questions.
Okay.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Thank you, Councilmember Jane, for the questions. In terms of the project itself, as you mentioned, we did receive some complaints about lighting that was not in operation, so we went out there to rectify the immediate need and get some of those lights back on. During that review, we noted that there were several fixtures that were in need of more than just a light replacement. And as you referenced, there was a discussion and a mention of LED lighting. So we did take a look at that. We have included that, as you referenced, in the project. And we're also working with SVP to see if there's any grant monies to help supplement that as well. So in terms of what you see out there, I think the lighting going to LED obviously is going to make an improvement, and then those several fixtures that are inoperable will come online. So certainly that is going to be helpful for the lighting levels out there. In terms of the fountain, as you recall, I think it's 4 or 5 years ago, fundings for the fountain maintenance was cut during the budget process. Those fountains were off. There was also the drought. There had been requests most recently at the City Hall fountain to get that back online. So staff did work to do that. It does take money. Obviously, as systems are offline for a while, it does take time to get them back. And we have an outside vendor that does that. We've reached out to the vendor because I know there were some recent requests about the Franklin Mall and those two fountains, because there's one back by the restaurants and there's one out in front on Monroe. And so we've reached out to our vendor to get a look at what those costs are going to be, and then we'll discuss that with the city manager and finance in terms of budget and how we get those back online. In terms of any proposals for additional things, like you mentioned, if there's something about a restroom, that would be, I think, a project that would have to go under consideration and get budgeted through that process, not the maintenance district process.
Okay, what I would like to see is that we involve our police department to understand what lighting levels would deter crime in the Franklin Mall. So before we do the LED updates, we make sure that there are safety considerations taken.
Yeah, so the LED lighting project is not going to be installing new fixtures, new poles. Basically, it's doing what we've done at several facilities, several of our street light corridors, where we're replacing those old fixtures and the where the bulbs are and those housings to accommodate LEDs.
We could make the LEDs brighter.
So yeah, there's different lighting levels, and so we'll review that in terms of with our contractors who are proposing on the work.
Okay. Yeah, so this is going to come back to us later, at a later date?
So yeah, so tonight is just the notice of intent, and then we're establishing the public hearing for June 9th, correct?
Okay, thank you. So there's nothing we have to do on this? It's informational?
No, there is an action to
Bring it back?
to do the notice of intent, as well as setting the public hearing for June 9th. So that's on the agenda. I believe there was 3 actions.
Okay, yeah, adopt a resolution of intent, set a hearing date, and authorize publication. Yeah,
Yes, correct.
okay.
All right, Councilmember Park.
Yes, Director Mobeck, thank you very much. I do understand the difference between maintenance and a new project. I think that you made that very clear. So you're basically fixing what's there. If you were going to add additional things, that would be a new project. Adding a restroom would be a new project. Putting additional lighting would be a new project. I think that goes outside the scope of maintenance. My question to staff is, how is it possible? How do owners decide for themselves how much the city should contribute? I think that this has been a question that has been in my mind all this time, which is they are the landowners of their properties, but the open space of the public areas are owned by the city. And it seems that the owners unilaterally decided that, well, we want the city to pay, 90%, the majority. How does that take place? Like, I would think that it almost, it doesn't make sense that the owners would get to decide themselves how much they would contribute. I would think that there would be more people involved in this, including city input. How does it go around city input? How do we go around? How did the maintenance district, the owners, go around that to decide for themselves how much they would contribute back in 2002?
Sure, yeah, it was a collaborative process, so the property owners or the city cannot unilaterally decide what the maintenance district is. The maintenance district is established through vote. As Councilmember Jane referenced, it was under a different contribution limits, or levels, I should say, up until 2002. At that time, there was coordination and collaboration between the city, the property owners, in terms of contributions and changes. Ultimately, those changes were approved 2 ways. One, the property owners themselves voted that they were wanting to make that change. Staff at that time was proposing that council didn't make that change, but ultimately council also approved that change. So it couldn't happen unilaterally. It required both the property owner's majority vote. It also required the council vote. Both of those things did happen in 2002, which allowed the change. and ultimately led to the maintenance district contribution levels that we have today.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox?
I think mine is a follow-up question to that. Councilmember Jane mentioned that last year the owners chose not to pay. How is that possible?
No, that's not possible. There was 1 year, and I can't remember if that was last year or the year before, where the city council elected not to move forward with the contributions.
So
and
we
they
chose
were
not to have them pay?
That's correct, yes. So they did not contribute that year. And like I said, I can't remember if it was last year or the year before. That is the only way. That's like tonight, we're setting up for the public hearing. Ultimately, council approved not to do that, so it didn't happen.
All right. So we're going to go out to the public.
I had clarification. All right.
We have Mark Kelsey.
Thank you. I just have to question why this was a consent item. Franklin Mall is an embarrassment to the city, and residents have been asking for improvements to the maintenance of the mall, the infrastructure of the mall for years. And now all of a sudden we're going to slip an item into consent to have a hearing on this. This has got to be publicized. It's got to have full public input. And if this council is intent on leading the revival of downtown, which I hope you are, then the improvement of Franklin Mall is a high priority and should take precedence. As you probably know, we've recently started a campaign to at least do something to beautify the dead fountains in Franklin Mall in advance of the FIFA World Cup. We'll have many visitors in Santa Clara, and frankly, Franklin Mall is a disgrace. And I can't believe that the city is not acting expeditiously to improve Franklin Mall and improve the beauty of Santa Clara and put on the appropriate show for our many visitors who will be here for FIFA. So I fully urge that we go forward with this, and not only that, that the council publicize this aggressively and ensure that the public is fully informed about and is able to provide comments about the need for improvements at Franklin Mall. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any hands? Is there anybody from the public that wants to speak? Chamber, I don't see anybody. So we'll go back. We have Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, so I want to clarify a couple of things. One is that there are 2 contributions by the business owners. The first is for the routine operations and maintenance, and the second is for the capital expense to repair, like restriping parking lots, and now the lights, which is coming up. In 2002, the property owners decided they weren't going to contribute anything to the maintenance, the operations and maintenance, and that's about $140,000. The contribution for capital is $14,000, 1/10 of, and so this is required by law that we bring it back every year to approve the contribution of the city for this parking maintenance district, and every year we approve the operations and maintenance and this year it's going to be $143,000 from the city's general fund, and there is in the agenda item number 3 is authorize the publication, mailing, and posting of the notice of public hearing as stated in the resolution of intent. So there will be a mailing and a publication of that meeting on June 9th. So what happened was a couple of years ago, I made the motion to dissolve the parking maintenance district, and I was told year after year that well, then we'd be foregoing the $14,200, which is 1/10 of the cost of what we pay. But I had made a motion to dissolve the parking maintenance district. Ultimately, my motion was to reserve the right to dissolve the parking maintenance district at any time. And so that has been passed by the council year after year. We have yet to dissolve the parking maintenance district, but that is the distinction. There are two contributions from business owners. And the other thing that I wanted to ask about is a number of residents have complained that the clock tower is always broken. So is there anything we can do with our capital funds to really redo the clock tower to make it robust, especially since FIFA's coming up?
Sure, yeah. So I know several years ago, there was a retrofit and a repair of that clock. I know we were notified and asked to take a look at it just recently because the time was off. And so staff went out and reset that time. It's a dual face clock, so the clock faces Monroe, but it also faces into the businesses. So two sides to it. It's a electronic clock, and so staff went in to reset it. It reset one side accurately, the other side was 10 minutes off. It's nothing that our staff can fix, so we've reached out to the vendor, try and get some support and assistance on that piece of equipment.
I would ask you to come back on June 9th to explain whether we have to allocate money to completely redo the clock. It would be nice to have it fixed for good.
Yeah, once we get the information from our vendor about how to do that. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, we don't have any member from the public, but no other council members. Is there a motion? Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation for all three items, adopt a resolution of intent, set a hearing date, and authorize publication, mailing, and posting.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. See no other hands up or from council. If we can take the vote, this is City Clerk. Carries unanimously 5-0 with our mayor recusing herself and Councilmember Shahal being absent. So we'll grab the mayor and then we'll move on to item 4N.
That was I. Yeah, but the mayor doesn't recuse on J. Yeah. No.
Okay, moving on to the next item, pulled for discussion, adoption of a resolution of intention for Maintenance District Number 183, Santa Clara Convention Center Complex. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, this is an item that I've been concerned about. I've been concerned about the parking structure at the convention center, and I was dismayed, or not surprised actually, to read the report. It says the director's report for fiscal year 2026-27 shows an annual budget increase this year due to a large project to refinish the waterproof coating on the third level of the garage. The property owners discussed the approach to funding this project and concurred to complete it in phases over the next 6 years. Each of those years is expected to have a similar increase, as the total project is estimated at approximately $2.5 to $3 million. So my question is, has any money been set aside over the years to do big projects like this? That's my first question. And it seems like this year, the city's contribution will be $1,163,000. That's up from, I believe, about $940,000 last year. So is that money coming from our general fund? We're subsidizing the convention center. We're not charging for parking there, unlike pretty much any other convention center. But has any money ever been set aside to, I mean, it's like the International Swim Center. Previous council just dropped the ball on deferred maintenance. And so is this another situation like the ISC, where money has not been set aside to do some big maintenance projects on the parking structure? And so my understanding is that this budget this year is going to be $2.543 million, and the city's contribution will be $1.163 million. So that's coming from our general fund. Is that correct? And those are my questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has questions about this? Seeing none, that's it. Craig?
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Yeah, so thank you for the questions, Councilmember Jane. In terms of the maintenance district, and has money ever been set aside for future public projects? No, that it has not. The maintenance district is comprised of the City of Santa Clara Convention Center, Tech Mart, as well as the Hyatt Hotel. So we're in collaboration. There's different contribution levels that go into the maintenance district by formula, have you seen in the report. And then at the end of the year, there's discussion in terms of if there is remaining money on how to deal with it, whether it is to move it forward into the future budget, or if it gets dispersed back via the percentages it was collected. So never been a sinking capital fund to save up money. The project's been discussed over the last several years with the maintenance district partners, and that ultimately led to the phasing approach that you've seen in the report today. In terms of the money, yes, that is general fund money that goes into the Convention Center Maintenance District.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to now go to the public to see if there's any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue. I don't see anybody online. Do we have anyone online? All right. Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Make a motion for staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Gonzalez for staff recommendation, second by Councilmember Cardy.
Mayor, my hand is up.
I see that. Give me a moment, please. Councilmember Jane.
Okay. So I believe we're now moving forward with some sort of paid parking RFP. Is that intended to cover these expenses so that we don't have to pull over $1 million from our general fund?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, so staff, based on the council priority setting, moved forward with the paid parking at the convention center. So recently received proposals back from the process. So we're evaluating those, and then we'll do interviews and some contract negotiations. In terms of the money that gets collected, I don't think it's yet to be decided on how that gets dispersed, if it goes to cover the convention center maintenance district or different things out at the convention center. I think that's still open for discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Yes, at the last time that we discussed this, city manager mentioned that we were also talking to SVP for charging stations where we could also make additional revenue. And this was, I believe, for both Franklin Mall and Convention Center. I asked about this at the last meeting as well, but we kind of glossed over that item, but where are we with those discussions? And what was the proposal for charging, electric vehicle charging?
So I don't have any of the latest in terms of future projects for new electric vehicle charging and conversations with SVP. I haven't been involved in those as of late, but certainly can follow up with that after the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. Thank you. Next consent item pulled for discussion is item number 4N, authorize the city manager to execute the 2026 to 2029 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Clara and the Santa Clara Firefighters, International Association of Firefighters, Local 1171, Unit 1, approve a corresponding update to the Unit 1 classified salary plan, and approve related budget amendment. Councilmember Cox.
Yeah, I wanted to pull this to support the motion with the adjustment, just imploring council to consider the addition of retro pay to the date of the contract. Again, I've made it a priority to hear directly from as many of the unions and bargaining units as I could, and I know that while this is going forward, I think it feels like a loss. And I want to address that. I think it was suggested that Santa Clara does not support retro pay in contracts, but looking that up, that's not accurate. We have approved retro pay and compensation, including this year. In fact, it's been applied in different contexts and with individuals, as a matter of fact. So I don't think the issue is not that we do or do not do retro. We do. The issue is how we apply it and where is the consistency. And I think, again, because if we don't, we're sending the message that it's about who's in front of us and not a policy. So on a larger scale, I think that's something to look at. But again, I'm asking this not out of a spirit of general fund generosity right now. I think this is really about integrity. I believe these are integral pieces of our city staff, and I would hope that we consider this because I want to be clear about what we stand for. Our workforce is watching us, our public is too, so I would like consideration of the motion to include retro pay.
Would you like to make that motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second it. Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve the MOU, but make it retroactive to, was it January 1st?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
I just want to point out that we did receive notification from the union president, Matt Sellers, yesterday afternoon that the membership has ratified the agreement as the terms are outlined.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. The other thing I just want to also point out is there's 3 recommendations on this item.
Okay.
The third item requires 5 affirmative votes.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. So the first motion is staff recommendation with retroactive to January 1st. Their contract expired the end of December.
Mayor?
Yes.
Had my hand up.
Did you ask me?
I was just wanted to make sure you went to the public first, Madam Mayor, before any vote.
I know that.
Okay, just
You
reminding.
guys are so on it, aren't you?
Every now and then.
Thank you, I appreciate the help. All right. I wanted to clarify the motion and the second, that's what it was. All right. Members of the public, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? I don't see any. Nora? Okay. Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as, I'm in total agreement as far as making sure that staff is appreciated and the recommendation before us didn't include a retro pay. It's just a question for staff as far as historically from my work on the school board, whenever we did retro pay or things like this, it caused an issue with our payroll. As far as I could tell you, we had three folks in payroll in our under our CBO finance department at the district. And I could tell you that they were there for a couple of weeks into the late hours of the night. Is this going to cause any issue with our staff as far as, getting these checks out?
So it is additional work because it's a manual process. So the length of time of the retropay has to be calculated, but it also has to be calculated on any overtime that the employees worked. So it would take some time for payroll to calculate to make those payments. The ability to implement the new terms, because it's prospective, is not an issue. Once you start adding retropay, there is a manual process that one has room for error and does take some time.
As far as, I understand that the staff recommendation, which we're voting on something a little bit different now, is something that the association voted for and approved. Were they in any way aware of what retropay? Were they compensated for retropay, or they didn't take that into account?
So as part of the negotiations, each side brings forward various proposals, and through the back and forth process, proposals are dropped on both sides. So that at the end of the day, we ended up with the terms that are outlined in the report. And I do want to point out that there is a $4,000 lump sum payment, which is intended to cover the cost of the retropay. So by making it a one-time payment, there is no retroactive manual process that needs to take place. It's simply a one-time payment to each employee for $4,000.
Councilmember Hardy?
And I'd like to have staff reiterate that the unit has approved this. And that's why it is on consent, correct?
That's correct. We received notification from the union president yesterday afternoon that the membership had ratified it. We were in discussions throughout the day. They had a couple questions. We answered their questions, and ultimately we received a call back saying that it had been ratified.
Councilmember Jane?
I wanted to appreciate staff. I know labor negotiations are long. This one was very protracted. And I want to appreciate that staff worked so hard on this and that the union has ratified this after a long negotiation. Thank you for mentioning the $4,000 sort of in lieu of retro pay. I will not be voting for retropay.
I also wanted to say that to follow up on Councilmember Cox's comments, retropay is something we've done regularly in this city for a long time, and we did it recently several times in the last couple of years, including for the city attorney and city manager contracts. We just did that. So it's a matter of fairness. And I know there's a $4,000 credit for the firefighters, but that doesn't compensate them equally. That helps the newer employees, but it doesn't truly compensate the older employees. And to answer your question, Vice Mayor Gonzalez, they sent us an email saying, yes, they approved the contract, the MOU. Frankly, they were, it was a long and very difficult process, but they asked if we would reconsider the retro pay. And so that's why, as a matter of fairness, all around, because we've done this recently, and I know the city staff can calculate it because they've done it for other units recently, and we have for years. So it's just a matter of fairness for the firefighters. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so this is one of the reasons that we don't have these discussions out in public. I do appreciate that outside of the votes that we take in closed session, that people have differences, but this is absolutely the reason that we do not continue these conversations into the public, so that we don't open this up for every unit to have these issues. We did have a lot of discussions, not going to go into the discussions. We did note that it would take additional time because we did note that it would be a manual process and that everything would have to be calculated specific to the person because of the overtime pay, the overtime that they received. We discussed all of these things. There was also mention of an email that was sent to council that the council did not receive. I believe that the email was sound, and it sounds like from the discussions that I've had, that to the mayor and to Councilmember Cox. And I think that these are the kinds of things that units will do and that I think are, kind of betray the trust of council. Like, we are trying very hard to do what's fair for everyone, and at the same time, we are not being treated fairly ourselves. To be honest, I think that I would like to talk to the city attorney later about some of the issues that have come up in the discussion of this item, but I do not believe that the discussions that we have here, opening this consent item up after the issues that we have discussed in closed session, for items that really should be discussed in closed session, I don't think that this is appropriate here as well. We did come to an agreement. We came to agreement as a council, majority council, and we've come to agreement as a unit, and I will be supporting I will not be supporting the motion on the table to consider retro pay. I will see what happens after that vote.
It's called transparency. That's why we're here. That's why it's on the
And that's why
agenda.
emails that are sent to council should be sent to all council.
City Clerk, when you're ready.
If I may, I just want to, again, reiterate that the third item specifically requires...
We understand that. Okay. We can read. Thank you. City Clerk?
So the motion on the floor is staff recommendation 1 and 2, and to include retro pay to January 1st.
Correct. Please register your vote.
Point of clarification.
Councilmember Jane?
Press again.
There it is.
And that motion fails 3-3. Council? Councilmember Jane?
A motion for staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for staff's recommendation.
Is that all 3, 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, all 3, 1, 2, and 3. We can bifurcate if you...
Take it all together, 1, 2, and 3, go.
I think we should bifurcate the two that require...
It's not necessary, take it all together.
No, we
Excuse
should
me, Councilmember Park, stop. Go ahead, City Clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously with those present. Thank you. All right, next item we have is public hearing. Action on the adoption of the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 municipal fee schedule. Assistant City Manager.
So the item before you is a second in a series of budget meetings and actions related to the upcoming 2026-27 fiscal year. Last week, we received feedback from council and the public during the study session on the municipal fee schedule. This item focuses on the adoption of the city's cost of service fees. These are fees that are charged to recover the cost of the time and material spent for a specific service received by a user. The item does not include utility rates. Those are presented to the council and adopted separately. Also, this item does not include taxes. Those are approved separately by voters. Tess Huang, a senior management analyst with the Finance Budget Division, will be making tonight's presentation. She has been with the City of Santa Clara for 8 years, and she has over 13 years of experience in municipal public finance. The city's fee consultant, Terry Madsen, with Clear Source Financial, and representatives from all city departments are also available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Tess Hong, Senior Management Analyst with the Finance Department. I'm here before you to present on the public hearing action on the adoption of the fiscal year 2026-2027 municipal fee schedule. So this is the second presentation that the council has seen on this item. Last week was our first study session where our consultant, Terry Madsen from ClearSource Financial Consulting, reviewed the fee schedule update. And we do recognize that this was a very tight turnaround in between the study session and the public hearing. This was initially scheduled earlier for April 7th. However, because of the very long agenda for April 7th, it was pushed to a special meeting. And the reason why this is being presented on tonight's public hearing item is because there is a 60-day requirement for development fees in particular for them to be adopted and a 60-day waiting period prior to them being fully implemented, which is the target date of July 1. For tonight's item, we'll be addressing the feedback and the questions that stemmed from last week's study session. We'll also touch on the changes that have been made to the fee schedule since you last saw it last week, and we'll end with the staff recommendation for City Council approval via resolution. So a bit of background, the city holds a master fee schedule that lists all the fees that are for various city services, and these fees are reviewed and updated on an annual basis. So the fee schedule here before you tonight reflects a comprehensive cost of service study update. So this entails our consultant and his team working directly with our city staff and the departments and doing a deep dive into all the fees and the calculations behind all the fees that are listed in the schedule to make sure that they're being captured appropriately at the appropriate level and cost. So the cities collect fees and charges for services that benefit an individual or businesses, as opposed to collecting fees for services that benefit the community as a whole. And this ties into the cost recovery principle that the City Council has adopted in previous years. And just paraphrasing here, the city establishes fees at a full level of cost recovery when that particular service benefits an individual or businesses as opposed to benefiting the community as a whole. And this in turn enables the city to provide services that benefit the community as a whole without charge. So the next handful of slides will probably look quite familiar. These were reviewed last week during the study session. This first table here shows that there are over 1,200 fees in the fee schedule itself and provides a high-level breakdown of the different types of fees and changes that are being proposed here tonight. So 95% of the fee schedule reflects changes that are increases that are capped at 10%, some cost of living adjustments. There are some fees that are not proposed to change from the currently adopted schedule, and fees are also decreasing. The remaining 5% of fees reflect fees that are proposed to be eliminated from the schedule. Some are being restructured. So for the restructured fees, these fees exist within the schedule. However, staff is proposing to break these out just for enhanced clarity. And then the remaining changes reflect some increases that are greater than 10%, some increases that are being proposed to be phased in over the next few years, as well as new fees being introduced into the schedule. There are 14 fees that are proposed to increase beyond 10%, particularly in the building division and the Parks and Recreation department. While these percentage changes look significant, the over 10%, the dollar amount is actually quite small, the biggest dollar amount change being the $4. Under the building division, there are fees that are going from like $7 to $8, with the biggest change being a $2 increase. For the Parks and Recreation department, the three fees being increased above the 10% are under the aquatic facility rental fees. These were presented to the City Council back in December of 2025, and the changes here were actually presented to the Council and just planned as part of that implementation. Under the Planning Division, there are two fees for short-term rental permits that are increasing above 10%, and that's reflective of the contract associated with this program. Under the Electric Utility Department, There's a service wire relocation fee, so this is recouping the true cost of service for this item. And under the Department of Public Works, there are a handful of fees associated with right-of-way landscaping, stormwater review, and stormwater system treatments. And these, all of these fees are reflective of increased staff costs, increased service times, as well as increased consultant costs. So under the Planning Division, there are 8 fees with increases that are proposed to be phased in over the next several years. Each of the fees that are listed here before you have increased significantly in regards to the service time that it actually takes to do these reviews. The majority of these fees actually increased above 5 hours worth of service time. So that coupled with increasing in staff costs resulted in significant changes to the fees. So staff is proposing to phase that in to ease the financial impact between the 2 fiscal years. There are 12 fees proposed to be added to the fee schedule. Under the Electric Utility Department, there is an easement processing fee. And what I will note is this fee is actually an existing fee in the schedule. However, it's captured just under the Department of Public Works. But because this fee does have an electric utility component, staff is proposing to add it also under the Electric Utility Department just for enhanced transparency. For the library, we're proposing to add a replacement fee associated with lost or unreturned access badges or keys related to when individuals or groups rent rooms out in the libraries. The next 3 are under the Parks and Recreation Department. The first is under the Cemetery Division. A new fee is proposed for chapel rentals for special events, and this would cover up to 4 hours of reserved use for that chapel. Under the Recreation Division, 2 fees for parking at the Youth Soccer Park and Reed and Grant Park are proposed. Now, I will note these 2 fees actually exist within the schedule currently. However, staff is proposing to expand it to include Levi Stadium specific events. And the remaining 7 new fees being introduced are all under the Water Utility Department. So these are fees associated with the temporary use of city hydrant and meters. This is specific to construction sites that use portable hydrant meters, so just recouping those costs. There are a couple of utility field marking fees, and similar to the parking fees, the utility field marking fees actually exist in the schedule as well. However, staff is proposing to expand that scope because it's happened where applicants will pay for field marking, but they do have to clarify the service area. However, when staff has gone out to do the field marking, the service area ends up being significantly bigger than what was initially paid for. So this fee is just recouping that variance. And then finally, the survey non-compliance fee. So for sites that use recycled water, they are subject to separate state regulations. So this fee is intended to recoup the costs associated with the staff time it takes to follow up on all these sites to get them into compliance. There are 14 fees proposed to be deleted from the schedule. The first 2 under the Planning Division and the Fire Department, these are both duplicative fees that are already captured elsewhere in the schedule. The next 5 are within the Cemetery Division, 2 of which there are services that are no longer offered, and then the other 3 are actually being recommended to be combined into an existing fee already in the schedule. The remaining 7 fees under the Recreation Division are all related to the Youth Activity Center gymnasium rental fees. Now, effective August of 2025, the city no longer has access to the Youth Activity Center gymnasium per the new agreement with the Santa Clara Unified School District. So we're taking these fees out just to be consistent with that agreement. So last week during the study session, Director Lee did note that there would be a few changes being made to the schedule, so we'll go over that tonight. As mentioned last week, there is a penny shortage, and to address that issue, staff is recommending that these fees be rounded down to the nearest nickel. However, there was a section under the Engineering Division where the fees were being rounded down to the nearest dollar instead. So we're just correcting that. And this, the table up here just shows a few examples of what those fee changes look like. For example, the slurry seal, last week you would have seen that it was at $113, but we're now proposing to set the fee at $113.95 and so forth. And while I also want to note, while these look like they're increasing, there are a few of these fees that the updated proposed fee is actually still a decrease from what is currently adopted in the schedule. And these 29 fees are itemized out in attachment 4 of the staff report. The other changes that have been made to the fee schedule since last week are related to the impact fees. So impact fees are no longer recommended to be rounded in this schedule because these impact fees are established and set via separate resolutions, and there is language in each of these resolutions that does state at the beginning of each fiscal year, these fees are actually automatically adjusted based off of the construction cost index. So we're just correcting that to be consistent with the resolutions that have already been approved. So this impacts 12 fees under the housing division for the affordable housing impact fees, and another 10 under the engineering division related to traffic impact, Tasmanie specific plan, and Patrick Henry Drive specific plan. And again, these fees are also itemized out in attachment 4. So from last week's study session, there was a lot of discussion around the proposed parking fees at Youth Soccer Park and Reed and Grant Park. There were concerns expressed about the impact to youth soccer events and the outreach that has been done. And there was some general requests about, should these fees be approved, how that revenue would be allocated. There were a few questions about the cost recovery level of parks and recreation fees, fee deferrals and phase-in fees, as well as the how development fees impact small businesses. And a couple general comments about the payment method for fees and staffing resources as they relate to customer service. For the parking fees proposed at YSP and Reed and Grant, as I mentioned, these fees do exist within the schedule already, and these were initially presented and adopted by City Council effective the fiscal year 2023-2024 municipal fee schedule. Now staff is proposing to expand it to capture potential parking fees should there be Levi Stadium events. And we do want to emphasize that youth events will always be prioritized when using these facilities, and should these fees be approved, they would only be charged if there are no events at YSP or Reed and Grant and there is a Levi Stadium event taking place. And if approved, the revenue collected via these fees can certainly be placed in a separate capital project or fund to ensure that these go back to the maintenance of these facilities. Regarding the cost recovery level for parks and recreation fees, they're at an estimated 13%, which is consistent with the cost recovery policy that was approved by the City Council related to parks fees back a few years ago. And this is also consistent with local municipalities that generally subsidize parks programs. And while fee deferrals are not included in the schedule, there was a discussion about park in lieu fees. So the basis for these fees was actually approved by the City Council earlier this evening with the updated valuation report. And these updates have been reflected in the fee schedule here before you. For proposed phase-in of fees, so this was an approach that was initially approved by the City Council for the fiscal year 2022-2023 municipal fee schedule. And this was specifically for the fire department for their construction permits and operational permit fees. So keeping consistent with an approved approach from prior years, planning staff is asking for 8 of their fees to be phased in over time. So the fee impacts to small businesses within the city, these vary depending on the types of changes that are being proposed. For example, if there are minor exterior changes being requested, the business would pay a permit fee for the change, which is a little over $900, and some signage fees. So if there's a permanent sign, it'd be $316, while a temporary sign would be a little under $90. However, if there are interior tenant improvements, this These types of changes require a much broader scope of work, so the cost of permitting and any applicable impact fees vary greatly depending on the business type, the types of changes being proposed, the total square footage, and even the age of the building. So the community development staff did go back to take a look at the different applications that have been processed recently to give the city council and the public a small sample of what these fees would look like. For a salon, there was payment of about $21,600 worth of fees. A restaurant was around at $62,400, while a small lab space was a little over $16,000. So each of these fees covers the permitting costs across all development areas. So this includes planning, building, fire, and the Department of Public Works review. And as you'll note, the restaurant is significantly higher than the other two businesses, and this was a special circumstance because the restaurant location was previously a retail site. So because of that change in the use of the site, 2 utility impact fees were actually triggered because of this, one being the sanitary sewer fee and the other being the wastewater treatment fee. So those 2 fees combined totaled almost $40,000, so over 60% of what the restaurant paid. And Director Lee mentioned this earlier, staff recognizes that the development process can be fairly daunting to small businesses or individuals. So staff will be bringing forward a proposal to put through resources to specifically help small businesses through that development process as part of the budget cycle. For the method of payments for fees, as we mentioned, we're rounding down to the nearest nickel in this fee schedule, and this is just to eliminate any potential issues that may arise with providing change if customers do pay in cash, which we have happened. And the final item, so there was a question about staffing resources as they relate to customer service, and staff really does remain committed to providing a very high level of customer service to its customers and residents. And one of the benefits of hearing this item early is it actually provides staff a lot of time to update the permitting modules and all of the websites and such to make sure that the residents or customers paying these fees, everything is ready to go for them by July 1. And that takes us to the staff recommendation, which is to adopt the City of Santa Clara 2026-2027 municipal fee schedule, which by resolution 1 sets new fees, 2 amends existing fees, 3 retains unchanged fees for various city departments, and 4 deletes certain fees with an effective date of July 1, 2026. And with that, I will hand it back to the City Council for additional feedback or questions.
Thank you. So questions, comments? Councilmember Jane.
I believe you said that Parks and Rec is subsidized 87%. Is that correct? And for kids that can't even afford the subsidized rates, can you describe the Wade Brummel Fund and how that might be used? That's my only question. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I was trying to remember, I think it's Proposition 217, but if the city is not allowed to charge more than what the actual cost of the service is. And I wanted to make certain that our residents, if anyone's watching, are clear that we work very hard at making certain we give the exact cost, especially when these are fees that are for specific individuals and or businesses. This is not anything that everyone would have to pay. Thank you.
Anyone else? I don't see any other questions, so I have a few. I want to talk about a very specific concern I have regarding the youth soccer park in Reed and Grant Street. So what I'm not seeing in the expansion of the parking proposal for both those properties are any operational safeguards for the site, specifically related to tailgating, enforcement, and protection of the fields. So anyone who's been around large stadium events knows that parking lots, they don't function as passive spaces and without clear controls. They become gathering areas, and that introduces real risk to both the facility and the experience in the community. So, so the questions I have are tailgating activities, would they be allowable or not at the youth soccer park under this proposal, and how will they be enforced in real time? Protection, what physical protections are you going to provide for the fields since they're not fenced off? If they're access damaged or compromised during these events? Who would be responsible for enforcement of the parking on site during those events? Would it be the Parks and Recreation staff, the police, stadium ops, and how is that resourced? If there's damage to the fields or surrounding facilities, who's financially responsible, and is there a reimbursement mechanism in place? What are the cleanup and restoration standards for these events? And what prevents this from expanding over time? So it starts as parking, and pretty soon there's scope creep into other things. So I'm thinking that in this it's allowable for parking, but it doesn't answer any of these questions. So I think that there still has to be a policy set by the city council before any of this happens, because these questions need to be answered. So those are my questions only, because this isn't just about parking. It's a lot more than that. And Councilmember Jane.
Can you describe what happened for the Bay FC use of these fields? And they used the fields and they did the parking there. Can you describe how the city was indemnified from that use? I believe that there will be parking attendants there. It won't be a self-park. I mean, it'll be self-park, but it won't be non-attended. So wouldn't it be incumbent on the parking attendants to restrict any activities that are not allowed by the city? And then we could impose fines if people were to violate, say, going on the fields or damaging the fields. Certainly we need those protections, but I think staff said that there's potential for raising $10,000 per event for the youth soccer park or youth sports. That seems compelling enough to move forward. As I mentioned at the last meeting, I had originally requested the staff to look at parking at the youth soccer park. This was back in January of 2022, so 4 years ago. And again, I said that soccer gets absolute priority for use of the field, but we have actually rented out the fields in the past, the actual fields, to adult soccer in the past. We have precedents for that. So could you explain how that worked before? Thank you.
That's really great, but it has nothing to do with parking for stadium events. So my questions I want to make clear is specifically for parking for stadium events. All right, anybody else? Let me go to the public, and then we'll have you answer all those questions if you need a little more time. Thank you. Do we have any member of, I'll talk slow, do we have any member of the public that needs to make any comments about this?
Yeah,
Do we
Mayor,
have
just,
anyone online?
and as
Maybe
a
we-
reminder, this is a formal public hearing too, Mayor.
Oh, okay. So public hearing's open. Is there any member of the public? Anyone online? All right, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Second.
Motion and second to close the public hearing. I'll give you more time if you want. Okay. We have a motion and second to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. Thank you, and that passes unanimously of those present. All right, Director Lee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. We'll have a tag team effort here. Appreciate the questions on the municipal fee schedule, and want to also thank Tess. I know she puts a lot of time into the over 1,200 fees and doing the presentation. So Councilmember Jane, 87% subsidy. That does include our general just parks access in total. So when you look at the total cost of the Parks Department programs and access against the fees that are recovered, it's a 13% recovery rate, so 87% subsidy. I will defer kind of the Wade Brummel conversation to Damon as well as some of the parking, but I'll touch on it and then we'll tag team on that. Councilmember Hardy, I think it's, we are governed by both Prop 218 and Prop 26 with regards to the recovery of costs, and I know Prop 218 is specific to property-based types of fees. So all of the fees, or the majority of the fees in here are for very specific services that, benefit the individual or a group of individuals. It's a rental, it's a class, it's an inspection for a development type fee. So very specific recovery for time of staff or use of a facility with regards to those costs. Mayor, I do know that with regards to parking at youth soccer park and reading grants, these are fees specific for private use. I know there's buses that might park there. I know there's cars that might park there. Working with Mr. Sparacino, our parks director, there are parking attendants that would be on site to help kind of govern or ensure that the fields are protected and only the use of kind of the parking areas of those lots are done. With regards to specific logistics, I know that the Bay FC had a separate agreement. I know that through that, the revenues generated there, we did set aside kind of a sinking fund for maintenance at that facility. It kind of sets up the model for any kind of revenues that are generated at that facility to be used for maintenance of the fields, for replacement of the turf. But with regards to kind of the specific logistics around the field and ensuring, everything is protected, I want to defer to our Parks Director.
Thank you.
So as Director Lee indicated, it would be used for private, it wouldn't be used for public. It would be reserved through a booking, similar to how we book the fields. So it would be a reservation. There would be it wouldn't be a lease agreement. It would be more like a rental agreement. Within the rental agreement, you would sign some waiver documents that we've had vetted by both legal and risk, and similar to other facility rentals of both Read and Grant, YSP, or CRC, and the senior center for that matter, we have on-site. So in this case, we would call them parking attendants, but essentially they'd be facility attendants. They would be there pre-event, open up, make sure people come in, don't access the soccer fields, and then leave when they say they're gonna leave. And it would all be bound by the time that we agreed that they would enter and the time we agreed that they would leave. If anything occurs, we would have staff there to document it, and then we would have access to the users directly, as well as the insurances.
Who are these people that you're
I think it's
tickets
intended to be large groups, bus parking. It's not intended to be for tailgating or for that matter, from what I understand.
And I don't have a problem with the parking there. It's just we don't have an operational plan for it. And these are the kinds of things that I want to talk about. Not only that, we've not gone out to the community. There's been no outreach on this to the community that this is what may happen at that park. We had all kinds of outreach with Bay FC. We approved it on the council. We had, open sessions. There was a lot of transparency. Here, it's just a it's just a fee in there without a really defined operational plan. And if we're going to spend, make $10,000, but we're going to spend $8 on hiring private security and making sure that the fields are protected and other things, we have to look at that. But also, it should be a plan that is approved not only by the council, but the community. That's my issue. It's just that you're all telling us things right now on the fly, and we don't even know where the money's going to go. If we really want it to go back in the soccer park, we have to have a plan. So as I said, I don't mind putting it into the fee schedule, but I think there has to be a further discussion about what the operational plan is. Because how is our staff going to stop people from tailgating or smoking or drinking at that site? Because that's what people do when they go to football games or concert. That's what they do. So are we going to rely on our staff to stop people from doing that? Or do we need, police or other things? Those are the kinds of questions that you don't need to make it up on the fly right now. I appreciate
Sure.
If you've been in a parking lot at a football game,
I've witnessed it.
You've witnessed it. Possibly participated, but witnessed.
Yeah, the staff could absolutely come up with an operational plan, and whether it's presented to or provided to the city manager
It needs to be vetted with the community. I mean, full stop, that's what needs to happen, but I appreciate the thought about it, knowing that we've had 12 years of parking lot stuff at the stadium. So we know what to expect. We know what to expect.
Okay. I could also, since I'm at the podium now, can respond to the Wade Brummel question asked by Councilmember Suds, Jane. That the Wade Brummel program is very specific to youth user groups who pay into the program. A lot of the youth user groups have individual scholarship programs within their own programs. It doesn't directly benefit general use recreation programs. So it's kind of a closed loop funding system where the youth groups pay into to the Wade Brummel scholarship program. The city holds the dollars in an account, and then later the same groups who pay into it have a right to then prove the need to have monies subsidized back to help cover not just what they've paid in, but also a lot of them pay in less than they actually put out in scholarships for their program users. So it's a closed loop where it goes directly back to those groups that pay into it. They need to show what their annual scholarship programs were. Goes first to cover scholarships, and then if there are dollars left over, they can ask for, and that was a new add to this last round when we updated the program and brought it both between the user groups and then council's approval, which was they could, if there's dollars left over, they can ask for equipment or specific program support, not for like coaching fees or things of that nature, but equipment and or goals or you name it, directly relative to serving the youth.
Okay. Thank you.
Clarifying question.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, so Director Sparacino, I had a clarifying question. So it's called a scholarship fund. So if a young person can't afford a uniform, this fund could pay for that uniform, is that correct?
It's not, we don't distribute it directly. The city does not distribute it directly to program participants. The user groups themselves administer their own scholarship programs. What they do is, what pays into the scholarship is the non-resident user, it's a non-resident fee basically. So that the non-residents, so say it's soccer and they have 500 non-residents, each non-resident pays $25. That becomes a holding dollar. So later, if the soccer group gives out 30 $100 scholarships, they can then come back and say, we want to apply for reimbursement for those 30 $100 scholarships. So the groups are administering their own scholarship program. We're really just acting as, like I mentioned, a clearinghouse for, or holding for non-resident fees that we're assessing to the user groups to use our facilities, that then later the groups can come back and ask for money against those fees that are paid in for non-residents to help cover the scholarships that they pay or put out directly to their participants.
But if the sports groups decide that they want to pay for offsetting the fees or paying for uniforms, they could do that, right? We're not restricting that.
Like I'd mentioned, every one of the groups that pays into the Wade Brummel for the non-resident fees have their own scholarship program set up within their programs. Aquatics, artistic, youth soccer, and obviously PAL. It's highly subsidized in a recreational program.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments. Council? Councilmember Cox.
Thanks. I'm sorry I'm late to the game. I feel like I'm a little out of my depth here, but I think the thing that I'm curious about is the phase-in part, which will be applicable to something like a use permit fee. So if you want to have a festival or a day thing, you would get this phase-in approach. I don't know that we've determined in this, like the number of years this phase-in works towards, if this is something then that will be outside of the annual permit, how that's going to work. And so the other thing that I'm just curious about is, I think it's very clear to see the fee increase schedule, the rounding. I think looking at this for only the first or second time, I don't know what one of these fees impacts us in the greatest way in terms of our general fund. So while I could spend a lot of time looking at, a really small ticket item, it wouldn't benefit, I think, the greater conversation. So, I don't even know how to formulate in the question, but I mean, I guess I'll start with just the phase-in. Like, if this multi-year phase-in is only for planning fees right now, how is that going to be distributed? What does that mean if I want a temporary use permit this year?
Thank you, Councilmember Cox, for the question. So the phase-in is a mechanism I think we've approved in prior municipal fees. Is when there's a large change in the cost. And with specifics to these planning fees, there were changes in legislation. So when our consultant interviewed kind of the planning staff required to implement some of those new legislation, they estimated kind of the time or the hours needed to kind of review and apply kind of those costs. And because of that additional time for staff and the additional costs, the percentages were rather large. And so in this case, staff from community development departments proposing, okay, well, let's cap that increase at 20% in any given year. And also what will happen is in future years, as we are informed by the actual amount of time that staff will need to review plans based on this new legislation, the amount of time might be adjusted in future years. And so the goal here really is a phased-in approach for a cap of 20%. What happens is a lot of those planning fees are subsidized by our general fund. They're not fully cost recovery in a lot of different instances. So in those cases where they're under cost recovery, our general fund is subsidizing the difference in an effort to kind of get closer to cost recovery. But if it's not 100% cost recovery, our general fund, general taxes and general other fees would cover it.
So again, I'm going to try to bring this down a little bit to a level that I understand. So I'll use Taplands as an example. They wanted to have their 10-year party. They applied for a temporary use permit. It went up exponentially from one year to the next. So I understand what you're saying about this large increase. What they also found out, though, is they were being charged more for use of their private property for a temporary use permit than they would have if they were using public property. So I think that it would be interesting for me to see real-world application of this. And again, don't want to hold this up, But if for some reason the council decided, we love all this without maybe these two things, are we even in a position tonight to say that we could take specific fees out or reconsider specific fees because we have to make a decision on this tonight? I feel like you didn't pay attention to my question. Just kidding.
You want to share your thoughts?
Please repeat that question word for word.
I paid great
Just
attention.
kidding, of course.
So I think what you're saying is, tell me what happens after this year. So if you're being asked to approve a phase-in, what does the phase-in look like beyond this year? That's part one of your question. And I would say that what staff has asked for is this idea of not to exceed a 20% per year adjustment. And that will vary depending on the fees. So if some fees are closer to full cost recovery today than others, then the phase-in period would end more rapidly for them than others. But what this city has done consistently is every 2 years, you thoroughly examine your fees. So this provides staff with an opportunity to receive experience from the fee payer and say, is this phase-in working or is it becoming detrimental? And at the next fee study, they can think through, would we want to propose a modification for the city council's consideration? On the use permit examples, I think what was happening is that staff has broken out the idea of temporary use permits to account for those temporary use permits that I think require like a commission referral. And I think they're more complex than other temporary use permits, so they were trying to acknowledge that, but they're still treating nonprofit related temporary use permits as highly subsidized permits. Any other questions that we missed?
So again, the last one, these 8 then with the fees proposed for multi-year phase-in, all for planning, are roughly in the 20% increase range.
They are at the 20% increase range.
Understood.
Exactly 20%. And in theory, they could go higher than that to achieve this idea of cost recovery, but staff has said, let's present to the council no higher than that.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, so I understand the phase-in, and phase-in is to ensure that year over year, we don't increase the amounts too much. But the end of the day, we have a final cost, right? So we could reap 20%, then 20%, then 20%. Year over year, it's 20%. But from year 1 to year 4, it could be, could triple the, double the, I don't know, so some 20%. And I guess that's my concern. I mean, we've seen already that how it's affected some of the youth programs, not just because of the increases, but because, we have programs that have been here for, 10 decades, and they already had a spend budgeted. They already had funding. They already set up, fundraisers to raise a certain amount, and all of a sudden we put these fees that they'd never considered before, and then the fees are a lot larger than even the cost of some of their events. I mean, I think that they were on par with this. And some of the fees that we added were really big because they required staff time and things like that. So, I understand. I think I understand a little bit of what Councilmember Cox is saying as well. But overall, we're limiting the increase per year. But some of these programs really need to look at what are the changes year over year, for 5 years, because again, they may not have a funding plan that increases their funding even 20% year upon year. So, these are the things that I'm worried about. We've made adjustments already, but what other adjustments? How are we reaching out to different groups and seeing that the phase-ins are reasonable or they're working? I mean, I agree, we want to get to some cost recovery, but we were doing almost no cost recovery before, and we were surviving. And at some point, I think we can, especially with youth programs, reduce the amount for specific types of programs, especially sports programs aimed at youth and things like that, right? Field usage, there were a lot of tournaments that came in asking for money because they couldn't hold their tournaments here anymore because, you know, their tournament was raising $4,000 and we were charging them $10,000. I mean, something like that.
So just to be clear, this phase-in proposal is limited to planning fees, to 8 of them. Several of them are linked to state housing law, where staff is responding to direction from the state in terms of reviews required and processing time required. There are, and some of them are linked to environmental reviews, again, state mandates in terms of what needs to happen. So there is no proposed significant modification to any recreation fees as part of this. This is limited to the planning fee world. In your nonprofit, like a temporary use permit, I think Councilmember Park would be something that you would be potentially sensitive to via that comment, where if you have a community group that's saying, I want to have a particular event or something like that, if it is an administratively approved temporary use permit for a nonprofit agency, there is no significant change proposed. These are the only time there's a proposed change, and it again is limited to that 20% change, is for things that need a referral to a commission or are non-administratively approved. So discrete circumstances, and again, staff would monitor it and come back and say, did we receive feedback that it was detrimental to somebody, and then they would propose a way to sort of respond to that for city council consideration.
Yeah, and I guess the thing that kind of stuck with me when I was asking that question was, we talked about salons and restaurants, and salons I think were on the order of $20,000, and restaurants were 3 times that, and those aren't small numbers. And when we're introducing these fees to these businesses, and the businesses say, oh my goodness, if they balk at these numbers, what methods are there, what remedies are there for them to come to the city and say, you know, I get it, but I can't do this right now?
So that's a great question. And I think Councilmember Hardy mentioned the idea that these are discrete services and periodic services. So these are not services that sort of benefit the broad community. And in the development fee world, the vast majority of your development fees, the building permit fees that are sort of linked in there, are proposed to increase by at the most 2 to 3% this year. So there is no significant change proposed. If you see something beyond that, it's like a small dollar change going from $10 to $15, and so it works out to higher than 3%. But they're generally 2 to 3% changes. And what we've seen is, and this is an editorial comment, but the idea is there is a cost to Santa Clara to regulate construction. It's outlined in the building code, in your fire code, and so you regulate construction. When you do that, you incur a cost. If you ask the community broadly, where would you prioritize the use of your tax dollars? Most residents would probably say, I prioritize the use of my tax dollars towards public safety services, public works services, park maintenance services, not subsidizing a square footage addition, subsidizing a tenant improvement or something like that. And so the Santa Clara City Council has essentially said via policy that when someone receives a service that directly benefits them, we will target cost recovery unless there's some other specific reason to avoid that. So we're just acknowledging that policy. But again, every fee that you saw there, the service-based fees are proposed to change by like 2 to 3%. The larger one was linked to impact fees, which are not addressed via this item this evening at all.
Yeah, I can just imagine the situation where people are saying, oh my goodness, you should have a business in Santa Clara because they don't charge fees. And then all of a sudden, we're just like every other city and our benefit is gone.
Councilmember Hardy.
I will say I'm a little concerned. I worry that not everybody went through and read every line like I did of what it was, and that's why I made the joke about I'm not going to have a hydrant. It's too expensive to rent those, because that was one of the costs that went way up, because these are planning costs. And this is for businesses, this is very specific, and we have a state law that says we cannot take in more than what it costs us, and we're very careful with that. So with that, I will make a recommendation for staffs. There's 3 parts to it: set the new fees and changes, amend the existing fees, and delete certain fees. Thank you.
Second.
Maker of the motion, I would ask if you could include in there asking staff to come back with a comprehensive operational plan for both Soccer Park and Reed and Grant, to include direction to where the proceeds will be directed from any proceeds from parking, answering questions like this does not all have to be in there, but who's managing this for us? Are we doing it ourselves? Is there an outside group? Are there stadium ops managing? And outreach to our youth groups that are using these properties, and to come back to the council with an operational plan.
I want to ask possibly the director or also our council. This sounds to me like we would be getting into the weeds of operational and not policy. I would like some.
Maybe can I clarify? To come back so that the council then creates a policy, because we don't have a policy. So I guess I said it wrong, that to come back with a comprehensive policy for parking at Youth, Soccer Park, and Reed and Grant, but also when we bring it back to do outreach to the youth groups that are using these facilities.
That would be fine.
Okay. Thank you, staff. I appreciate that. I will amend the motion.
Thank you.
Concurs.
If city clerk has that.
Motion second. Do you have that, city clerk?
Motion on the floor is staff recommendation.
Recommendation.
And direct staff to return with a comprehensive operational plan policy for the youth soccer park at Reed and Grant.
Parking.
Oh, parking.
Parking. Stadium parking at Reed and Grant and
And
youth
the
soccer
staff
park.
concurs. Okay, the second concurs.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. When you're ready, Assistant City Clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the hard work on that plan. All right, the next item is reports of members of special committees and council members 030 requests. Do we have any? All right, city manager, executive director report. Well, you need to press the button so that I see.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to explain. They pressed it on the previous. When I clicked on this item, the hands go away.
All right,
So
because
you
it
need to
wasn't
give me a
there.
moment
So
to get there.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jane, followed by Cox.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, per city policy, on March 25th, we've had some very late council meetings, so we haven't had reports of members. So I had to defer this to tonight instead of the next council meeting. But on March 25th, I attended the opening of the new facility for the Family Giving Tree in Santa Clara, and I was given this bag of goodies. I received a reusable straw. I received a little seed packet. I received a sticker. And I received a thing of lip balm. And I received this pen. So I just want to disclose that I received these gifts for city policy. And then on March 31st, the students from ISMO came to here in City Hall, City Council chambers, and we talked to the students, and what I received from them was this box of cookies, and they're not vegan, so anybody who wants them can have them. And then I received this tote bag. That's this very nice tote bag with Ismo on it. And then I received this brochure from Ismo. So I just wanted to declare that I had received those gifts. Thank you.
Councilmember Cox.
On April 9th, I attended the Cities Association Legislative Action Committee and the Board of Directors meetings. The LAC reviewed a number of early-stage bills. 2 were supported by the City of Santa Clara. That was SB 1159, that addresses the growing issue of artificial intelligence in public processes by clarifying that AI systems cannot be treated as participants in public comment or governance. Lost my other one. Several other bills were reviewed but did not result in formal position. The LAC has identified a few bills for future discussion, including SB 922, which would clarify local authority to recover street maintenance costs, and AB 1821, which would extend response times under the Public Records Act. On the board side, we largely focused on safety through the emergency response operations plans of each of the cities. I would like to say that largely the discussion was focused on the success of Super Bowl in Santa Clara through our EOC. So we received a lot of great accolades and kudos to our staff and safety personnel on that. That night, they again reminded us of the SEC alert system, which Santa Clara, I believe, only has about 8%, 7% of our residents signed up. The city's doing really well, have about 28, but to the director's point, that meant that nearly 30% or 70% of the residents are not getting notifications when emergencies occur. So I left in a silly way, thank you, Councilmember Hardy, everybody emergency response cards. I did not realize that they were either in English on one side and on the back either Tagalog, Spanish, or Chinese. So I didn't separate them. If you would like, I can take them back and give you all a different language, but I didn't look at them before I gave them out. But these are great for your communities to distribute so there's awareness about the emergency alert system and hopefully get more members of the Santa Clara community signed up.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we are, City Manager, Executive Director report?
No report.
All right, we are going to adjourn to closed session, but before we do that, I will be adjourning the meeting later, but I wanted to read, we have 2 adjournments this evening. The first adjournment, I would like to ask the city that we tell the council we will be adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of Joe Szynski. Joe Szynski of Santa Clara recently passed away this month. Joe started his professional journey in the United States military, working in military intelligence. After the military, he transitioned into the corporate world, spending 25 years at Hewlett-Packard, working in engineering, sales, management, and marketing. In 2007, Joe retired from HP, ready to begin a new chapter. He co-founded BrainShare Coach, a business mentoring company. With BrainShare, Joe impacted more than 2,000 businesses annually, and through their platform, BrainShare, he has helped over 10,000 businesses unlock their potential. For his efforts and accomplishments, Influence Digest recognized Joe as one of the top business and executive coaches in the San Francisco Bay Area. Giving back was also a core part of Joe's life. He has served on the executive board of the American Red Cross of Silicon Valley for multiple years and the board of the College of Adapted Arts, which provides equitable higher education opportunities for adults with special needs. Joe was also the recent past chairman of the board for the Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce and Innovation. He was a strong supporter, participant, and volunteer for the longstanding Santa Clara Parade of Champions and Festival. Secondly, we will be adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of Stuart Sampson. Stuart Sampson of Santa Clara recently passed away this month. Born on March 29, 1945 in Pasadena, Stuart grew up in Piedmont, California, graduating from Piedmont High and UC Berkeley with a Bachelor of Science in Business. Stuart was a Sea Scout, serving in the U.S. Coast Guard, an administrator at Lockheed Martin in Sunnyvale, and before retiring, he pursued his passion for due process, working as a paralegal. Stuart had a deep love and active connection to nature. Early on, he developed into an avid outdoorsman with a special love for the Sierra Nevada. An active conservationist, he strongly advocated for its preservation and care, particularly the Tahoe Basin and Yosemite Valley. He enjoyed world travel and engaged in multiple land and sea experiences. An enthusiast of hiking, camping, boating, and deep-sea diving, he won major recognition for his work in underwater photography. A significant amount of his time in the Bay Area was spent as a committed volunteer with two prominent community service organizations, the Santa Clara Elks and the Santa Clara Lions, whose work extended into greater regions of California. This important work helped countless young students access higher education through a combination of scholarships and mentoring. His many years of stewardship brought him lifelong friendships and service recognition. Stuart is survived by his sister, Kathleen Sampson McWilliams, his niece, Jenny Diani, nephew, Teddy McWilliams, and his great-niece, Elise Carlson. So we will be adjourning to closed session. We have one item we're going to be talking about. City Attorney?
Yes, Madam Mayor. One item as listed on the agenda, item 7, conference with labor negotiators, city representatives as listed. The employee organization under discussion is the Unclassified Fire Management Unit 9B.
All right, and for the public, we normally don't do closed session at the end of the meeting. This is new for us. Is there any public comment on closed session? Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note about Joe Szynski, which is...
Okay, let me finish this first. Do we have any okay, there's no public comment, so after this comment, we're going into closed session. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note about Joe Szynski. I mean, I've known Joe for almost as long as I've known about the Chamber of Commerce. He was one of the first people that reached out to me when I was a resident coming to council meetings, which seems like a long time ago when I was out in the audience, not here. And he was one of the board members that consistently came to events, and I think that we saw him not even 2 weeks ago. And so when I got the text message that he had passed away, I was kind of in shock. I actually pulled over, tried to call a few people, but Joe will be missed. I have a lifetime supply of responsive yo-yos thanks to Joe, but it's almost, I cannot believe that he's gone, because I remember every time I went down, I would see him, I would talk to him, he would talk to me, and we'll see how the next events go. But thank you very much for your service, Joe.
Thank you. We will be adjourning to closed session now.